Patriots won.
Yeah.
The sun was out today. A couple good things going.
Through the chair, you're live on HCAM TV.
Okay. Thank you, Bob. And it looks like we do not have a quorum yet.
Dar's coming.
I see Rob. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. All right. Well, let's go ahead and get going. It is November 16th at 7 p.m. and I will call our planning board to order. As is customary, I'm going to read a remotely conducted open meetings, some reminders. As a preliminary matter, this is Gary Trendle, Planning Board Chair. Permit me to confirm all members and persons anticipated on the agenda are present and can hear me. Members, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. Rob Benson?
Rob Benson here.
Is Muriel here yet?
I've not seen her.
Don't see Muriel. Jane? Don't see Jane either.
Looks like Jane and Muriel are signing on right now.
Okay. Dave?
Dave Paul, present.
Mary?
Mary Larson Marlowe, present.
Deb?
Deborah Feinberg here.
Sundar?
Sundar Subramanian, yes.
Jane?
Jane, present.
Muriel? Muriel on yet?
Kramer, present. Yep.
Oh, there you are. Hi, Muriel. And not last but not least, Fran?
Randy, I'm present.
Fran.
Oh, there's Fran.
All right. Staff, when I call your name, please respond in the affirmative. Mr. Gelsich?
John Gelsich here.
Ms. Pemberton?
Stephanie Pemberton here.
And is Mr. Paradise on the line? All right.
Signing on right now.
Okay. All right. And we'll go ahead and save the anticipated speakers for each of the respective topics. Again, good evening, everyone. This open meeting of the Hopkinton Planning Board is being conducted remotely, consistent with Governor Baker's executive order of March 12, 2020, due to the current state of emergency in the Commonwealth due to the outbreak of the COVID-19 virus. In order to mitigate the transmission of the COVID virus, we are complying with the executive order that suspends the requirement of the open meeting law to have all meetings at a publicly accessible physical location. All members of public bodies are allowed and encouraged to participate remotely. The executive order, which you can find posted with agenda materials for this meeting, allows public bodies to meet entirely remotely as long as the public body makes provisions through adequate alternative means to ensure interested members of the public are provided reasonable access to the deliberations of the meeting. Ensuring public access does not ensure public participation unless such participation is required by law. This meeting will feature public comments. It will further include several public hearings. For this meeting, the Planning Board is convening by video conference via Zoom app as posted on the town's web meeting calendar and the board's agenda identifying how the public may join. Excuse me. Additionally, the meeting may also be broadcast by HCAM, or it is being broadcast by HCAM through one or many of its channels or platforms. Please note that this meeting is being recorded and that some attendees are participating by video conference. Accordingly, please be aware that others may be able to see you and take care not to screen share your computer. Anything that you broadcast may be captured by the recording. All supporting materials that have been provided to members of this body are available on the town's website via the web meeting calendar unless otherwise noted. The public is encouraged to follow along using the posted agenda unless I note otherwise. Shortly, we will turn to the first agenda item. Before we do so, permit me to cover some ground rules for effective and clear conduct of our business and to ensure accurate meeting minutes. I will introduce each speaker on the agenda. After they conclude the remarks, the chair will invite board members to provide any comment, question, or motions. Please hold until your name is called. And of course, please remember to mute your phone or computer when you're not speaking, and remember to speak clearly and in a way that helps generate accurate minutes. If members wish to engage in dialogue with other members, please do so through the chair, taking care to identify yourself. Not every agenda item will feature public comment. For items with public comment, all participants should use the raise your hand feature in Zoom, then wait to be acknowledged by the chair. All participants must begin by stating their name and address, and participants must limit their comments to 3 minutes or less. And then finally, each vote taken in the meeting will be conducted by a roll call. Okay, so we do have a pretty full agenda tonight. I think that well, I'm cautiously hopeful that we're going to get through a couple of these hearings, given that they've been continued for some length of time. So I thought that it might make sense, given that we've also got a reasonably high number of participants, that we would actually save the administrative items for the end of the meeting and go ahead and get started with the hearings themselves. So at this point, I'll entertain a motion to open the hearings for the, to open the hearings for the scenic road application on Fruit Street, Buckland and Leonard Street. Leonard Street petition to construct a street on petition to construct Leonard Street. Deer Ridge Estates, which is Lincoln Street and Cedar Street extension, and the Chester Street petition to construct a road.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, and with no further discussion, we'll move to a roll call vote. Rob Benson,
Rob Benson, yes.
Muriel,
Muriel Kramer, yes.
Jane,
Jane Moran, yes.
Dave,
Dave Paul, yes.
Mary,
Mary Larson Marlowe, yes.
Deb,
Deborah Feinberg, yes.
Sundar,
Sundar Sivaram, yes.
Fran,
Randy Young, yes.
and Gary Trendle, and Gary is a yes. Okay, so let's go ahead and start with the scenic road application for Fruit Street. So I know we've already talked about this quite a bit, but I thought that where we left off was I think that the group I think the group has some interest in more details on the landscaping plan. So thought it might make sense to spend a few minutes going through that, and then we can talk quickly about waivers and conditions. And then my hope is that we'll also entertain some additional public comment. And my hope is that then we can move forward with a vote. So I see Miss Reimenschneider.
Yeah, I'm here.
And sorry, let's see, our Mr.
Is-
McNeil is here.
Good evening.
Mr. Catbust. So, Mr. McNeil, who would you like to have us walk through the landscaping plan for the application?
Julie is the landscape architect who prepared the plan and certainly the most qualified to walk you through it.
Okay, Ryan, are you going to share your screen, or do you want me to? Do you have the?
I don't have them readily available. If you've got them, go ahead and
Okay.
Julie, I'll share if you pass it over to me.
Okay, so yeah, can you share it from yours?
Yep,
then?
I am all
okay.
set to share.
Okay.
And we go with this one. There we go. Everyone see that?
Yes.
Yeah.
And again, I'm hoping we can just focus in on the landscaping plan there.
Yeah. Do you want to start with the plan, Jonathan, the landscape plan, yeah. So we talked about this a few weeks ago, but so the proposed landscaping is in a narrow corridor from the back of the proposed sidewalk to the bottom of the slope. So we're really from the sidewalk to where the existing vegetation is, we're sloping down quickly so we can get back to grade and not, affect as many existing trees as possible. So given that the area is so narrow, we are really squeezed in as many trees, shrubs, and evergreen trees as possible. There are a lot of big existing trees you can see on this plan. They're little big black dots that are very close to the edge of where we're doing work. So I did not propose any new trees that would be underneath the canopy of some of those existing trees that will remain. The landscape, the plant species are all native and things that would grow in this area. Jonathan, do you want to go to the next plan?
Yep.
And then this shows the other side, and along this side we are relocating a stone wall. It's existing, and it would be located at the back edge of the sidewalk. We have a rendering that's on the next slide. So this rendering is a model of the road, and then we have the existing photo in the background, and we've added the new trees here in the proposed locations from the plan. The way we're showing the trees, they're a little bit sort of cartoonish, but I wanted everyone to be able to see the difference of what we're proposing to the existing vegetation behind it. And so the trees are shown in sort of the size they would be 5 to 10 years from when they were planted. And you can see that they will fill in front of the existing vegetation, but the reality is that they will look a lot more like the existing vegetation than they do in this rendering. Again, like we looked at existing features that are there, like you can see the large trees on the left and the utility lines and poles. And so where you see areas on the plan where we're not proposing plants, it's because there are existing features that we're working around. The next, I think we just have the next, I have a board that just shows the types of plants that are proposed there. Some shade trees that will grow large. And also the trees were chosen, they're native trees, but they're also trees that will withstand growing next to a roadway. The deciduous shrubs are borderline shrubs, possibly small trees. So those will provide a little bit of an understory, and also while things are growing up, they'll sort of fill in between the existing trees that will remain behind the plantings. And then some evergreens were added. There are naturally some evergreens growing in the forests around the road.
Do you have a list of the number of each of these species? I know the total number.
Sure. So I can run it down. Yeah, I can run down. So there's 9 red maples, 5 hackberries, 3 Carolina silver bells, 2 tupelo, 4 scarlet oak, 4 shingle oak, 9 lindens, and 8 elms. Is that what you wanted to hear? I can keep going.
This is exactly what I was looking for. I just wanted to give people an idea of the number of the species. So that's
yeah.
Yep, and I did jump, Julie. I did jump to the actual landscape plans, the physical contract plans.
Yeah.
So the plant list is on each of these sheets.
Right.
And I can quickly flip through them if you want to highlight a couple of things on each one.
Yeah, and I have the total, so each of the sheets has what I'm trying. Let me see if I
I know it's a little hard to read in this format.
Yeah, I have the list.
Tiny little table in the plan.
I think this is okay.
Yeah, I have the list on the plans. There's also for evergreen trees. There's 6 red cedars, there's 14 white spruce, 3 white pine, 1 arborvitae, and then there's a lot of shrubs. But the shrubs are like serviceberry, which grows into a small tree, gray dogwood, witch hazel, which also gets to be 12, can get to be 12 to 14 feet high. Spice bush, arrowwood, and black haw viburnum. Those two also will get so in the beginning they'll be sort of bushy and growing on the slope, but as they grow they get more leggy and they'll look more like small trees. Let's see.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair,
Yes.
could I just ask a question here?
Yes, go ahead, Mary.
So they don't seem to match the list of the trees that are being removed very closely, and I wondered why that was.
The list, so I think I have that. Let me see. Do I have that on a?
We definitely have it in
I
the
can jump-
packet. There's ash,
I can
and
jump to
birch,
that.
and cherry, and hickory.
So one of the things is that the planting, there are some that do match, and the conditions now will be a little bit different because these trees will be planted on the slope, and also you know, those other trees like grew from being like a seed growing up, that they had time to get used to it. So, but we're kind of introducing new trees that are much larger. So I try to pick the species that we've had the most success with growing, you know, as a street tree. So there are, though, a number of them that we are proposing that are here.
So the ones that match, there's two that match, the red maple and the white pine.
The oaks, the scarlet oak and red oak are extremely similar.
Oh yeah, there are red oak.
there
I
are-
apologize. You're right.
The red, white pine, yeah.
The white pine, the red maple, and the red oak.
Serviceberry, was that on the list?
I don't think so.
Yeah, so the other thing is, like the trees that will grow in a forest, they're not always readily available in nurseries. So that's another consideration that I would use, is to try to pick things that we can find in the nursery at the time that they're going to plant.
And Muriel, just so you know, I do have at my house, I do have maples and oaks and white pines, and they all grow pretty well.
Oh, that's fine. I'm just just through you, Mr. Chair, I'll just say that my concern is that it won't necessarily replicate what is there now, and I think that we might spend some time making an effort to do that if we're able to.
Okay. Are there other questions specific to the landscaping plan?
Through the chair, just wanted to, sorry, go ahead, Fran.
Please.
No, I was just curious, should we talk about the upkeep of once the trees have been planted, what is the upkeep plan for the first several months or maybe even the first year until they take root? Is that codified in the proposal somewhere?
Good question. We'll let the applicant respond.
So usually, and so we're not writing the final spec for this, but usually on Mass Highway Department projects, there is a maintenance and guarantee period that the contractor is required to water, weed, fertilize, you know, just really take care of the plants until, and that changes sometimes depending on how long the contract is, but it's usually a year.
Yeah, so I can weigh in on that a little bit.
Go ahead, Ryan.
Mr. Chair. So we plant trees vegetation associated with our projects all across the state. They're included in just about every project. And we want to make sure that they're viable and that they survive well past the time of the actual construction project. So our standard specifications account for that. They require a warranty period, a watering period. I honestly can't remember if it's 1 year or 2 years for the standard spec. That will certainly be included as part of this project. In addition, I think this is going to be one of the first parts of the project constructed. And so the contractor, whoever we select, the design builder, is going to come in and do this work and install and plant the vegetation. And then they're probably going to be on site for 2, 3, 4 years after these are planted too. So they're there, they're on site, they're accountable for the survivability of the vegetation.
Yeah, and if I can just add to
Yeah,
that,
right.
Sundar, we would have a proposed condition that speaks to warranty of them. I will say that in our most recent plans that we've approved, we've actually asked for a 5-year guarantee of some kind. Although to be candid with the state, I'm personally less concerned about that being a financial commitment. And given that they're going to be on site, I think we'd like to see something to, especially with the site being under construction for an extended period of time. We'd like to lengthen that and likely allow for some maintenance or replacement if necessary, as opposed to a bond or some other sort of financial guarantee.
That makes sense.
Other questions about landscaping?
I have one.
Yes, go ahead, Mary.
Thank you. So when I was looking at the, and I think it's previous to landscape plan, it's the one where it's talking about the removal of trees. I perfectly understand that we have to remove all trees that are going to be under pavement and sidewalk and so on. And I understand that there's a change in grade, but I was wondering if any of the existing deciduous trees that are greater than like a foot in diameter trunk, if there's any of those other ones that can be saved that are like on the slope of where it's regrading. And I'm not talking that it would be a huge number. It would probably be a handful at most. And I believe most of them were on the right side of the next page, the right side of the
Over here?
possibly, yeah. So and my personal thing was probably not pines, because that would be harder near a road, but sometimes a very large old growth deciduous tree is a little bit closer to the road than some other ones, because somebody tried to save it. And I've seen it, on other highways and so on, and country roads. And since we have to plant young new trees when we're doing landscaping around new construction, that's the way it works. That's how they're going to grow well. So as many old large trees as we can save, that would be great if they're healthy, obviously.
Okay. So Mary, you're asking if there's any other trees here that are slated for removal that might be able to stay.
Yeah, if it's far enough away from the actual pavement. I realize it might take a little bit of extra effort with grading, but
yeah, so you can see on the plan, like it's very faint, but you might be able to see it. Maybe you can see it better on the landscape plan, but there's a dashed line that shows the very edge of where we're going, where we have to grade down, where we meet the existing grade. So I think it's like this dashed line right behind the where we're proposing trees. And so if there is an existing tree in there, we can't really fill around it, but I don't know if they're showing up here. I didn't really see any that were on the border. And if they're right at the edge of the sidewalk, it's difficult to save them too. I mean, because we have that grading there, but also because if we would have to take out half their roots and have to kind of determine if the tree would still be like structurally stable.
I understand that when it's really close to the sidewalk or really close to the roadway construction itself, it wouldn't be able to be. So I'm really just thinking of the ones that might be in that dotted area.
Right. I know.
So
I know in the past on contracts, MassDOT can include an arborist, and I would imagine this project will have an arborist as part of the design build contractor that will be out there. Julie will still be around during construction. So she'll be able to work with that arborist, and there will be a landscape architect on the design build team as well. one of the benefits of it being a design build project is that you're going to have all of these landscape architects and arborists still on staff during the construction process, and the design builder will be using them to make sure that they meet all of the requirements that are within the contract. And the arborist will work with the landscape architects to locate the critical root zone areas and determine if a tree is still viable based on the final design.
So just a thought, and what I'm hearing here is I kind of hear two potential issues with regards to landscaping, and one is simply that we're removing a lot of trees, and I think that given that this is a scenic road, if there are any that could be saved, we'd like to save them. I'm wondering if maybe it would be reasonable to add a condition that something to the effect, I'll just throw this out there, but something to the effect of, maybe Mr. Westerling is on the line, but maybe if we had some type of review with our serving tree warden who is also our highway department lead, they could make one final review of the trees to be removed. And if there was something into consideration that could be saved that, he felt was able to be saved, then, we could alter these plans accordingly.
Through the chair, this is Dave. Can I add on to that, please?
Sure, go ahead.
So what I would like to suggest, and Mary, both of you guys are bringing up great points, is that there's about 20 trees or so that are larger than 12 inches. So what I would like to suggest is that we have a condition that the trees are tagged ahead of time and to give us a chance to look at them.
And that's standard protocol anyways, Dave.
Well, how long of a period will they be tagged for?
I'd have to go check.
I just want to make sure we have some time to take a look at them.
Mr. Westerling, do you know how long the trees are tagged and posted before they're removed?
Good evening, and through the chair, thank you. No, I do not. However, I think that what I'm hearing is a cooperative Mass DOT, that if you wanted to have them tagged by a date certain, leave the tags on so that the planning board can review them, and that I can also go out and review them. I like the idea of having me have a final check of them with Mass DOT or the contractor's arborist, just to give a final look to see if any of those could be saved.
Okay. So, hey, Dave, I have a homework assignment for you in the next couple of minutes. Can you just quickly write up a proposed condition that would address what you're referring to?
Sure.
And that way we'll have something that we can incorporate into our decision.
What should I do with it? Send it to John, or?
No, you could just write it up to yourself and read it off when we get to the conditions.
Okay.
Mr. Chair, okay. I would also ask he send it to me.
Sure. Perfect. There you go. Sorry, John. And then I think the other thing that I want to get some input on is, Muriel's concern that the species that are selected, and I understand that there are some reasons to not exactly replicate what's being removed. I'm also not a landscape designer or an arborist, and I'm not in a position to say what's best here. But I just want to make sure that we don't skip over that point, because I think it's a relevant one. And I just want to very quickly, check in and see if other people have similar concerns. And what I want to avoid is I don't want to redesign this at this meeting. But if that is a big issue and we feel that weighs into the decision criteria, then it probably should.
Jerry, Mr. Wilson St. Pierre has his hand raised.
Yep, we'll get to that in just a moment. Thank you, though, Mary. So really quickly, to the board, what are your thoughts on the replacement trees not fully representing the species that are being removed? And maybe just a quick okay with it, not okay with it, and we'll see where we end up. So Dave, I'm gonna start with you.
I'm all set.
Okay. Mary?
I noticed the same thing Muriel did, and but I understand the explanation given by the landscape architect, and that makes sense to me. Thank you.
Rob?
Yeah, it makes total sense. I'm fine with it.
Okay. Jane?
Yeah, I really like the landscape idea that she's proposed. I think that often these trees that grow alongside of the road are just wild species that just grow up. I think this is more of an architectural and more beautification outlay that she's
Okay.
outlined here.
Thanks. Deb?
I kind of I disagree with Jane. I feel that what we're trying to do is we're trying to create sort of a bit of randomness, and I like what we're doing so far, and what Mary proposed, and what Muriel proposed, in trying to keep them very indigenous, and the randomness is what makes it charming. It makes it sort of a historic roadway. So I'm wondering if we can work on emphasizing that.
Okay. Sundar?
Gary, I'm fine with the plan. I think I appreciate the effort that has gone into it by bringing in a professional. So I respect that decision.
Okay.
I'm fine with it.
Thanks, Sundar. Fran?
Yeah, Mr. Chairman, I'm fine with the proposal as presented.
Okay. And Muriel? Any further thoughts on this?
Yeah, so I will just say, I understand the challenges, and I don't understand from a professional standpoint, because like you, Gary, I'm not a professional in the area. But I don't know how possible it would be to replicate more of the species that are existing there. I understand that probably some are easier than others, but of the 12 or 15, only 2 or 3 are being replicated. That's a substantial difference. And it's an expansive road that this is going to be, 300 feet of, so.
Yeah. Okay. And just for the record, I'm I'd say, to be candid, I'd love to see a little bit more representation, but if these are native species, and they are things that would grow otherwise, and I think I'm okay with it. All right, Mr. St. Pierre, I think you have your hand raised.
Yes, thanks, Gary.
If you can just again state your name and your address.
Yes, my name's Wilson St. Pierre. I'm a resident of 22 Huckleberry Road. So I'm speaking on behalf tonight of a coalition of property owners up here, Hopkinton Northwoods Coalition, which we really organized to advocate for our interests around the I-495-90 interchange improvement project. And we have 3 priorities in this project mentioned here.
Mr. St. Pierre, I'm sorry, I'm going to cut you off for just a second, because I do want to stay reasonably focused here, but do you have a specific comment or question about the landscape design? And I'll give you a chance to make your other comments in a little bit, but I'm just wondering if you can speak specifically to the landscape design at this point.
Yes, so cutting right to the chase, I would say for the 82 or so homeowners that are around this part of Fruit Street, Huckleberry Road, Roosevelt Farms, I think while we appreciate the beautification plan, the primary concerns are more around sidewalk access, and it's linking, essentially extending the sidewalk would be preferred to additional beautification.
Sorry, Mr. St. Pierre, I'm going to cut you off again, because we're talking about the landscape design right now. The next topic we'll talk about is sidewalk and crosswalk. So I don't want to get ahead of us. I kind of want to close out the landscape discussion, and then we can talk specifically about the sidewalk.
Okay, I can either rephrase one more time or just wait, whatever you want.
Okay, do you have any questions or comments about the landscape design?
I guess, to what degree is the budget for the landscaping fungible with that of the roadway or sidewalk?
Mr. McNeil, do you want to respond to that?
I'm not sure I understand the question.
Can I try again?
Please do.
Go ahead.
Okay, so is the landscaping budget part of a single budget for this Fruit Street Bridge replacement project, or is it a standalone item that will have, there's no back and forth like trade-off between the landscape money and the roadway money? You see what I'm saying?
I think I do. The landscape budget, the landscape work is included as part of the overall project.
Okay.
I think you're asking if I'm reading into your question, if we take some of the landscaping away, can we use it someplace
Correct.
else? And no, the landscaping is part of the overall project. We're here to do the best job we can, and whatever the landscaping cost comes out to is what the landscaping cost comes out to.
Okay. I'll save my comments for the next
Okay.
session.
Thank you. And I apologize. I'm not trying to cut you off. I'm just trying to help keep us focused on the topic at hand.
Understand. No problem.
And I know, so let's go ahead and move on. And
This is Kathy Hervel, 24 Roosevelt Lane. Can I make one comment on the landscaping specific to the landscaping?
Yes, please go ahead.
I was wondering if the board could require a certain height on the deciduous trees. Giving us a 2.5 caliber is a fairly small tree. And I think, they could put in a 5-footer, or, I think the way their rendering shows, I think it's a little misleading how big some of those trees are. And to come in and, put in a bunch of short trees, it's not going to look like what was presented. I think at a minimum, they should at least establish some sort of height criteria on some of the bigger ones being put in.
So can I clarify just in case there's not a misunderstanding? So it's the trees we're proposing are 2.5-inch caliper. So that's the diameter of the trunk, and they would likely be 12 to 14 feet high.
Yeah,
and I think they probably, once they start growing, will grow about a foot a year. So the rendering is like 5 to 10 years. So the trees, 2.5-inch calipers is what we normally plant. Like, it's anything bigger than that, it would be really hard to get it to grow on the slope. It would be hard for us to install it on the slope, and it would be more difficult for it to survive. So they're not going to be huge trees, but they're not going to be like little stick trees either. They're the size that are normally planted.
Yeah, but I think your plan should specify that, because I think you could.
It does. Yeah, it will. We definitely will.
Your height is not on your trees. That's all I'm saying. You have the height for the shrubs. You have a height for the evergreens. I think you should have a minimum height on the.
Yeah.
To make sure you do meet that requirement.
Okay.
Sure.
It'll
be in the it'll be in the specification, and we can include it on the list too.
All right, Mr. Fenn, you can state your name
Yes,
and address and your question or comment.
Certainly. Thank you. This is Brad Fenn at 213 Saddle Hill, right on the corner with Fruit Street. So a lot of those trees I'll sadly say goodbye to, but I'd love to see them replaced in more of a natural mode. When it's described as being landscaping, it sounds to me like, a broad selection of plants that might look nice, along the golf course or in some planned way, but it's a natural road here. So I would like to see the trees be a natural selection as nature would do. So that's a comment for you. And I 2 quick questions. You talked about the maintenance and the 5-year guarantee or warranty. Curious whether there's going to be fertilization of the trees to kind of enhance their chances of growing. Because roadside trees can have problems. And also just want to ask about this landscaping should include references to a stone wall that's out there that I believe will be moved back, or can you confirm that it'll be retained? So those 2 questions, please. Thank you.
Sure. So maybe I'll just I'll take a stab at those. But yes, there is a wall that's being relocated, and we have had some conversation about that in previous meetings. I don't know if you had a specific question about it, but yes, it's being relocated. And then with regards to, I think it was Mr. McNeil that had commented that as part of the maintenance here, they would be, there are some requirements for watering and fertilizer as appropriate, which I'm going to assume are to the standard guidelines that the state uses.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Mr. Prefier? Prefier? I apologize if I mispronounced your name.
That's okay. Close enough. It's Prefer.
Prefer.
I'm from 31 Huckleberry Road. Firstly, I think the proposal with the landscaping is fantastic. A lot of hard work in there. So that's just a quick comment. I want to keep my comments quick and short. Beautiful layout. My question is, when you were doing the design was from Huckleberry all the way to Saddle Hill, was there any consideration of further down along Fruit Street? Because if you're going along Fruit Street, you get the first Huckleberry entrance, and then it sort of decays away. And I was wondering if there was a thought of extending the landscaping between the two Huckleberry entrances.
So,
in other words, Roosevelt entrance.
So let's do this. And I'm gonna, given that we don't have any further hands raised, let's segue to the next topic, which I think that I know there's some folks that have interest in this. But John, if you go to slide 9, or actually this one will work as well. So I just had a question.
Sure.
And so we're gonna transition to the sidewalks and crosswalks here. I see the crosswalk here at Huckleberry, and I'm wondering where that crosswalk goes to.
Okay. So there's the proposed sidewalk coming across the bridge, and the proposed sidewalk running along Fruit Street. There is a small hot mix asphalt sidewalk that runs down.
Okay.
You can't quite see it down Huckleberry, but there is a sidewalk on this side of the street. There actually is not a sidewalk on the side of the street closer to 495, and that is why we connected to the other side of the street, because that is where the sidewalk within the Huckleberry Road loop is.
Okay, thank you. And we will get to public comment here in a moment, and I know there's some folks that want to comment on this, but I'm going to really quickly open it up to the board and see if they have questions or comments specific to the sidewalk and crosswalks. Okay, so
Gary, sorry, it's Dave.
Sorry, that was Dave?
Yes.
All right, go ahead, Dave.
Just to quickly note, because we quickly discussed at the close of the last meeting, that there was a resident that preferred, I wasn't not sure if it's the same resident who just spoke or a different one that preferred the sidewalk to go to Roosevelt Farms. And I supported that idea, and I wanted to see if we can move forward with that. That's just my input.
Okay, and I think part of the challenge here is that at that point we start to move beyond the scenic road guidelines if that part of the road is not going to be affected by this project. So I'm not saying it can't be done. I'm just not sure this is the right place to do that. But Jane, you have your hand raised?
Sure. Two thoughts. One, I thought when they Mass DOT presented the difference between, I'm not sure if this is where you want to go with this at this point in time, but asphalt or concrete. I really thought the asphalt looked much more friendly toward the current conditions that they're in. Yeah. And I also like to respect the DPW superintendent's, John Westerling's idea that the asphalt is easier to replace and repair than concrete. And I'm not sure this is the place to throw that out there or not.
Okay. Thanks, Jane.
Mm-hmm.
And my understanding is that it would be a asphalt sidewalk except on the bridge itself, where it would then be.
Correct. Correct. But
That's
there,
correct.
I think there was some conversation about concrete going all the way down to Huckleberry. And I also agree, if there's any chance that they can extend it down to Huckleberry, that would be awesome for that neighborhood.
You mean to Roosevelt Farms?
Yeah, I'm sorry.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Mr. St. Pierre, I think you wanted to comment on this.
Yes. Thank you. Wilson St. Pierre, 22 Huckleberry. So that is the point I was hoping to make tonight. There's 42 houses in Huckleberry Road, 37 in Roosevelt Farms, and another 6 on Fruit Street between us and Saddle Hill. And we all make use of each other's neighborhoods quite a bit. My office window now looks out on Huckleberry, and I would say on an average decent day, there's at least 60 runners, bikers, walkers, and upwards of could be upwards of 100 on a great day. So there's a lot of circumnavigation around here, and the one part that's not contiguous is arguably the most dangerous piece, and that's the stretch of road between the two Huckleberry entrances. And I don't know anyone who lets their kids walk, ride a bike, or anything else along that stretch of road. I run it and I hate running it. And I think it would do a lot to improve the contiguous nature of our neighborhoods, and then even potentially link, the country club access road in a more informal way over the years as people get used to it and more comfortable with the quality of the sidewalk. So, that's where I was asking in the previous conversation, if there was some flex in the landscape budget, could it be apportioned to span that stretch between the Huckleberry entrances with a sidewalk of some kind?
Yeah, well, and I think, to be honest, it's not just the connecting the Huckleberry entrances. I know that gives a nice loop, but I think it's also giving pedestrian access to Roosevelt Farms as well.
Yes,
which is just going to increase the pedestrian connectivity of that part of town. And again, I think a question for Mr. Westerling. And I really don't. Unfortunately, I don't think this falls under the jurisdiction of this hearing, but I would be curious to ask Mr. Westerling what the pathway would be for the Northwoods group and these neighborhoods to petition having a sidewalk put in between that northern entrance to Huckleberry and Roosevelt Farms. Is there a process? How do they go about doing that? Or how might the planning board go about making that proposal?
Through the chair, there are two ways. The first is if residents want to bring something forward for town meeting, all they would need is a 10 taxpayer petition. Those are due to the town manager's office, I believe the first part of February. I don't have the schedule right in front of me, but that's for 10 taxpayers. If the planning board wanted to do it, of course, the planning board could bring forward an article for proposing sidewalks here or other areas in town.
Yeah. Thank you, Mr. Wesley. And just so people know too, we actually did a sidewalk survey. It's funny, in fairness, I think with COVID and a lot of distractions, we haven't actually shared the results, but we had a fairly good response rate, and that's should be something that we should follow up with, because I agree, Mr. St. Pierre. I think there's a lot of places in town that would benefit from the sidewalk. The challenge for us is figuring out which of those are the biggest priority, but I can see where there might be a very strong argument for one to be here.
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, Mr. Wesley.
Not only would you have to bring that forward as a petition for the warrant for town.
We lost them.
Yep.
Meeting, but you'd also have to get that else in the timing of that.
Sorry, Mr. Wesley, we lost you there for a minute. Could you state that again?
And Mr. Chairman, am I back?
Yes, you're back.
Yes.
So in addition to the warrant article, you'd also have to get something before the CIC Capital Improvement Committee as a capital improvement project. And that's something that I can work with Mr. Gelsich on the timing for that.
Okay.
So through the chair.
Yes, Dave.
So I would like to respectfully add that or ask that we can take a straw poll vote on whether we could make this a condition of this project. To me, I'd like to move forward in that path. I think.
I'm not sure we can, Dave. I don't, and maybe Mr. Gelsich, if you want to weigh in here, but I really, again, I'm not challenging that there would be a benefit to it, but it seems to me that extending that, I don't know. I'm struggling with how that fits into the scenic road permit for which they've applied. Mr. Gelsich?
I'd agree with you, Mr. Chair. I think it's outside of the scope of what's being proposed. I think Mr. Westling laid out a pretty solid plan for how to get a sidewalk there. And I think while they do relate to one another, they would be two separate projects. I mean, it could definitely be a condition, but you always get to whether that's defensible if it's appealed. And I don't know if this one would be defensible.
Yeah, we also don't have any design. We don't know how long it is. There's a lot of details here that to me, just make a condition a bit of a stretch, even if we wanted to do that. So,
Okay, thanks.
Mr. Prefer?
Again, thank you very much. 31 Huckleberry Road. So based upon the last, it's a two-part question. So based upon the last statement, it's unlikely that the state's jurisdiction will not allow this extension based upon the 495-90 exchange project. Is that a correct assessment?
I don't know if it's the state's jurisdiction, but given that there's no need to further impact the scenic road for the purposes of this improvement, it doesn't, to me, it doesn't fit within the scenic road application.
Okay, so that was my first question. Thank you very much for answering that. Second one is just a few moments ago, there were two proposed paths going forward. One required 10 tax-paying residents from this area to put something out before February, and the other one was the planning board, you guys taking it up yourselves. Before we end this meeting, would we be able to know what the decision is, so that way, if on our end we can get those 10 residents, tax-paying residents, or if we do not need to do that?
Yeah, so the planning board is not going to make a recommendation or decision on whether we would take that up. As I said, it's a more complicated process. There's a lot of parts, a lot of places in town that would like to have a sidewalk in which safety would be drastically improved. So if the planning board were to take that up, we would do an evaluation across multiple parts of town and determine where we think a sidewalk is most warranted.
So by February, oh, no, that's fair. That's fair. I totally respect that. So if we were to put forth that 10-person petition, we would send it to whom?
Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead, Mr.
We'll offer, if the residents in that area that wish to pursue the sidewalk as a 10 taxpayer petition, if you want to call me in the office, happy to walk you through what the timeline is and help you with estimating what that total cost would be to bring forward. You've also got to be aware of the fact that, as I said, the Capital Improvement Committee, I think they have a timeline that ends very soon. So you want to reach out to me as soon as you can, please.
Appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Mr. Chair, also the Appropriations Committee, anything that takes money, they'd have to go through both.
Okay. All right, let's go ahead and keep moving. And I think that pretty much wraps up the detailed discussion items. And I do just want to quickly, before we move on, any other additional comments or other information from the planning board? All right.
Through the chair, I had a question. I just have a general question about signage and about crosswalks. I not being living on that street, I had a question for maybe those that do live on this street and maybe the landscape designer or whoever would determine where the crosswalks are needed. I'm just wondering, I noticed that they were on the one side. Is there any benefit to having a crosswalk go from one side to the other side? From going perpendicular from, like, say, Huckleberry over to the other side where it says the wording town layout. I mean, does anybody need to get to that side? Or on the other plan for, if we can switch to the next rendering where the match line is?
This is Kathy Herbal from 24.
Hang on, Kathy.
Okay.
Sorry.
Yes. So I'm just wondering if there's any benefit to any other crosswalks being from that side of town. I'm just putting that question out there before we move.
And I can give my opinion on that. I'd rather not open that up to a full discussion with all the abutters, but if you wanted to comment specifically on it, I just ask that you raise your hand. You know, I think the challenge again is that there's not a sidewalk on that side, on both sides of the street. To add a sidewalk to both sides of the street would further widen it and result in a bigger impact. And I think where it would make sense is if the sidewalk did continue down to Roosevelt, then there's a very clear need for a sidewalk. So does anybody, I guess I'll just ask this, does anybody have a differing opinion of that than what I just stated?
Gary, I just wanted to clarify, you meant if the sidewalk extended, there would be a very clear need for a crosswalk.
Correct, to access Roosevelt. So if
you said sidewalk twice. I just wanted to make sure we
I'm
were
sorry.
talking. That's all right.
Sorry. Okay. Ms. Herbal, did you have a specific comment to that question?
I was just going to state that there's no sidewalk on that side, though.
Okay, thank you. And Mr. St. Pierre? I see your hands raised.
Yes, I would just say that any striping along Fruit Street would most likely be supported by the vast majority of people up here. It's a speedway up until that hard turn between the western entrance of Huckleberry and Roosevelt Lane.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. So I want to keep moving forward and just want to remind everybody of the decision criteria. So the planning board's decision on any application for proposed work affecting scenic road shall be based on consideration of the following criteria. One, the degree to which the proposed work would adversely affect the scenic and aesthetic values upon which the scenic road designation was originally based. And our planner has commented that the work would, and this is just his opinion, but I think it's worth paying attention to as he is a professional here. The work would adversely impact the scenic and aesthetic value of the proposed work area. However, the applicant proposes to replant the area with significantly more plants than what currently exists, therefore mitigating the anticipated impacts of the work. The applicant is proposing to replace the stone walls that are to be altered and plant 68 new trees and 102 new shrubs to mitigate for the trees being removed. The second criteria is the necessity for the proposed work in terms of public safety, welfare, or convenience. And Mr. Gelsich states, the work is associated with the larger scope of work being undertaken for the I-495, I-90 improvements and is necessary for the larger project to continue. Therefore, the work is necessary for improved public safety, AKA bike and pedestrian safety, welfare, and convenience. Third, compensatory action proposed, such as replacement of trees or walls. Mr. Gelsich comment, the applicant is proposing to replace the stone walls that are being altered and plant, as mentioned, 68 new trees and 102 new shrubs. Availability of reasonable alternatives to the proposed work, which could reduce or eliminate anticipated damage to trees or stone walls. Mr. Gelsich comments, there appears to be no reasonable alternative to the proposed work as it is necessary for the larger I-495, I-90 work. Alternatives to be proposed work are possible, however, they do not propose the anticipated benefits currently proposed. They do not propose the anticipated benefits currently proposed as part of the scope, and trees would likely need to be cut and stone walls altered as part of these alternatives as well. And then lastly, whether the proposed work would compromise or harm other environmental and historic values. Mr. Gelsich comments, no other environmental or historic resources are anticipated to be harmed by this work, aside from the proposed cutting of trees and alteration of stone walls as noted above. Mitigation for these adverse impacts are proposed.
Gary, can I ask one more question?
Yes.
I'm sorry. It's totally due to the proposed Mass Pike expansion. Is there any reason why they would wait to do all these replantings until all the work was done? Or it's a question that just like dropped into my head because there's another project coming that's coming on the heels of this. It's just a thought.
Yeah, I think it's a fair question, Muriel. I mean, I think to the applicant's point, these trees take some time to grow. And I know that the bridge is being sequenced, I think, to try and minimize the disruption. So are you proposing that they maybe alter the sequence or that they just don't, they widen the road and then don't plant the trees until a later point in time?
I just don't know if it's reasonable to think about that where there's such a substantial project. I have no idea, again, not being a professional in the planting business, but there's going to be a substantial amount of work. I don't know if that's going to be disruptive to the new plantings.
Okay. And does the applicant have any comment to that? I'm with Muriel. I don't have a professional answer to it, but
I'll say that Fruit Street is fairly isolated from the rest of the project. It's at a higher elevation. Once the bridge is replaced and the approaches are complete, the contractor won't have much incentive to go onto Fruit Street for any particular use other than to take care of the plants.
Okay. Thank you.
And Jane, you have your hand raised?
Sure, yeah, one last comment. I'm wondering if MassDOT has any, this question came to my mind when the last resident spoke, but does the MassDOT have any plans for putting fog lines along the newly paved road and a center stripe? Because I agree with him, any painting, line striping that we can do will definitely slow down the traffic in that area. And from what I've heard, that's a big concern for a lot of residents up there.
Yep, so I hopped over to a plan that doesn't have the landscaping on it. It just shows the proposed roadway, sidewalk, and striping.
Okay.
And you can see going along the Fruit Street, and that should extend all the way to right here.
That's great, because maybe the town can pick up on it.
It goes up from one length to the other.
Yeah, no, that's a good beginning, and maybe we can continue it forward as we go along as a town.
And we actually, based on the volume, we do have to put a center line there.
Thank you. I think that's a great safety feature.
It's not. It is not actually an option for us.
Okay. All right. So from a process perspective, just so people know, I'm going to go slightly out of order here, but just want to cover off, there are not any requested waivers for this project. And what I'd like to do is quickly go through the conditions, and then we can vote on the, then we can vote on, then we'll take any final public comments, we'll vote on the findings, and then we'll vote on the permits being requested. Does that make sense, John? Did I get that right?
Yes.
Okay. So the proposed conditions that we have here, and I'm going to go ahead and read these off, and I know that Dave has kindly written up another one. Number one, the applicant shall provide photographs of the proposed area of alteration prior to commencement of construction and after work has been completed. These photographs shall be submitted to the principal planner for review and approval. This is something that we've started to do for these scenic road permits, just to make sure that we understand what it started with and make sure that it's done as intended. The second one, prior to any construction or preparation for construction, the applicant shall provide a performance guarantee in the amount of X dollars to secure future maintenance of the required screening for up to 5 years, such period to commence on the date on which first plantings are installed. The performance guarantee shall be in the form of a surety bond or deposit of money. I'm not going to keep reading this, but John, do you have any guidance on how to word this? If there's any objections to just putting in and really enforcing the length of the warranty as opposed to the bond. I think given that this is the state, I'm not sure the bond is as necessary here.
Mr. Chair, what I might suggest is saying the applicant shall guarantee survivorship of the plantings for 5 years, if that's the term of time that you guys want to go with, and just kind of keep it simple that way.
Okay, I'm good with that. So this condition would be that the applicant shall guarantee survivorship of all plantings for 5 years from the to commence on the date to which the first plantings are installed. The third condition would be the applicant developer shall provide the principal planner with a project point of contact and contact information prior to the issuance of a building permit. This point of contact information shall be kept current throughout correspondence to the principal planner until the final certificate of occupancy is issued or construction is otherwise considered complete. And then, John, do you want to go ahead and read off the new condition?
Sure. Condition to identify the 24 trees that have a trunk diameter of 12 inches or greater with physical marking. Said trees will be identified with a ribbon around their trunks until that time when the tree warden can provide confirmation for their removal.
Okay. Are there any other conditions that planning board folks want to discuss? Okay. So on that note, as I said, we'll just move to final public comments. And again, if you have any further thoughts before we move forward in a vote. I'm going to see if anybody's got their hands raised. Okay, I don't see anybody. So
this is Kathy Herval again. I'm sorry. I just wanted to make one final statement regarding this project. I first off, under the necessity or review criteria, you did reference public safety and pedestrians and bike crossing. This project stops short of where the people really are. You have a few homes on the what would it be, the west side of the bridge. They're going to put in this new bridge, which is going to be, better improved with a line in the middle. People are going to go even faster. And then you just stop the safety like a line at Huckleberry. And I don't think that's correct. We've got a dangerous turn just past the Roosevelt turn, our intersection. And there's been, I'm sure if you check police reports, there's numerous accidents in that area. And I think the DOT, this bridge is going to be closed for 2 years to one lane for us. And I think the least they could do is put in a lousy sidewalk and paint the middle of the road. That is not a very expensive when you're looking at a, I don't know, umpteen $1 billion project. And I really think that they should think about, helping us out here, and why make us go through the effort of having to get the town to pay for it and everything else. This project is federally funded. They can't come up with a lousy 10 grand to put in a side. I don't even think it'd be that much. Okay. I'm an engineer. I went and I looked at the trees even in that area. There's a few maybe decent specimens. There's a big old trunk, but the majority of the area is low underbrush. You could easily put a sidewalk in there. And I think to truly meet your necessity of meeting public safety, that this sidewalk and this crosswalk to Roosevelt needs to be considered. Okay. I appreciate your time. Right. I hate to be a pain, but I really would like you to think about it. Thank you.
Thank you, Kathy. I appreciate your engagement here, and I think a lot of us agree a sidewalk would be very nice there. So thank you. Any other further comments?
Okay. I do. To address some of Kathy's sensitivity, I agree with her in spirit, but I also think we missed something on the outline. There should have been some kind of section that talked about signage. Something that would slow traffic down, because if we're providing a place for kids to go biking and people to go biking, that perhaps we need to have some signage that would indicate, that this is what's happening there on either end.
Okay.
And maybe even a speed limit. I'm not sure.
Yeah, well, I'm going to defer to our highway department, which has jurisdiction over that. I'm not sure that the scenic road changes are having a material impact on that. So I'm not going to, we have signage a lot of places. We have policies that dictate what goes there. To me, again, this is related to the scenic road application and the scenic road removal of trees and modification of stone walls. So I'm not disagreeing with you, Deb, but I don't think this is the hearing to debate about what is appropriate signage.
We're talking about improving a road, like Kathy mentioned, making it faster, and we're putting more people on the sidewalk, and we're making it more appealing. We should have some kind of provision for safety signage.
Yeah, so again, I'm not saying whether that's right or wrong. I'm saying this is a scenic road hearing. So at the end of the day, we're not debating the design of the road. We're not debating the size of the sidewalk or the bike lanes or anything else. We're only talking about the modifications to trees and walls. So yeah, again, you very well might be right, but again, I don't want to get into a design discussion around.
No, I just think mentioning it might, bring it up to other people as well.
Okay. All right. So I'm going to go ahead and move that the board finds that the proposed work relative to the submitted scenic road permit application conforms to the provisions of Chapter 160, and that all applicable criteria and standards set forth in section 160-6 have been satisfied.
So moved.
Yes. Thank you, Fran. Is there a second?
Seconded.
Okay. And if there's no further discussion, we'll move to a vote on the findings. Rob Benson,
Rob Benson, yes.
Muriel,
Muriel Kramer, I just want to state that my vote is a no, but I very definitely appreciate the applicant and the effort and the way that this has been pursued. It's been a very upfront, transparent process, and I appreciate that a lot.
okay. And Muriel, just in light of a no, and actually, let's just hold on to that and see where the vote goes. If the board ends up voting no, then I'm going to ask for people to relate it back to the decision criteria and explain why there is a no vote. But we'll wait until we get through the vote. Jane?
Jane Moran, yes.
Dave?
Dave Paul, yes.
Mary? Oh, Mary, you're muted. You're still muted.
Okay, I found the mute button.
There you go.
Sorry. Mary Larson Marlowe, yes.
Deb?
Deborah Feinberg, yes, but just with a statement that to consider the comments that we made about the natural environment and the types of trees, just to be considered going forward.
Okay, thanks, Deb. Sundar?
Sundar Sivaraman, yes.
Fran?
Fran DeYoung, yes.
And Gary Trendle is also a yes. All right. So then on that note, I will entertain a motion that the board grant a permit for work within a scenic road under chapter 160 of the general bylaws, subject to the following conditions that were previously read aloud by me.
So moved.
Rob Benson, second.
Okay. And with no further discussion, we will vote on this approval. Rob?
Rob Benson, yes.
Muriel?
Muriel Kramer, no.
Jane?
Jane Moran, yes.
Dave?
Dave Paul, yes.
Mary?
Mary Larson Marlowe, yes.
Deb?
Deborah Feinberg, yes.
Sundar?
Sundar Sivaraman, yes.
Fran?
Fran DeYoung, yes.
And Gary Trendle is also a yes, so the motion carries. So, and I guess the last thing we need to do is we need to close this public hearing. Is that right, John? Did I miss anything?
That's correct.
Okay, so I'll entertain a motion to close this Fruit Street Scenic Road hearing.
I'll move.
So moved.
Second.
All right, no further discussion. We'll move to
Just
roll
quick
call vote.
discussion. I'm looking forward to any presents that the state can give us, so that for Christmas, Christmas presents.
Like a
Dave,
sidewalk.
Dave, I'll
maybe?
pretend you didn't say that.
No, I meant as far as sidewalks and wood guardrails and trees.
Yeah.
Okay.
We
That's what we're talking
understood.
about.
We understood that you meant it in a very above board sort of way.
Exactly, exactly.
Yes.
Exactly. I
Okay.
just want to clarify.
Thank you. Thank you, Dave. All right, so we'll close this particular hearing. We had a motion and a second. Rob?
Rob Benson, yes.
Muriel?
Muriel Kramer, yes.
Jane?
Jane Moran, yes.
Dave?
Dave Paul, yes.
Mary?
Mary Larson Marlowe, yes.
Deb?
Deborah Feinberg, yes.
Sundar?
Sundar Sivaraman, yes.
Fran?
Fran DeYoung, yes.
And Gary Trendle is a yes. So thanks to the applicant. Thanks to all of the public that was involved. It really it helps us a lot when you get involved, and I'm hopeful that we can find a way to move those sidewalk improvements forward. So thank you all. Okay.
Thank
so
you.
let's go ahead and move forward. And I know the next one on the agenda is Buckland Street and Leonard Street, but I guess what I'd like to do, Lou, if it's okay with you, is move straight to the Leonard Street petition to construct. Because I think that I'm hopeful that we can get through that. And I'm assuming that if we can get through that hearing and take a vote, then we hopefully will not need to continue the Buckland and Leonard Street petition. Does that seem reasonable?
Sure, thank you. Yeah, that sounds great, thank you.
Okay. Sorry, let me just. So just to remind everybody where we left off last is we were in the process of voting on the requested waivers. And we had 3 left. And what I'd like to do is I'd like to continue where we left off. And the next waiver requested is number 8, which is section 8.2.5C, dead end streets and turnaround. And that's with the hammerhead turnaround. So, Mr. Petrosi, do you want to quickly remind us as to why you're requesting a waiver there?
So as the board knows, we're only constructing a portion of the Leonard Street private way for approximately 250 additional feet. There are circumstances related to existing wetlands on either side of the right-of-way that don't permit us to construct a turnaround. And so we've worked out a alternative with fire department to provide a hammerhead turnaround that would be a combination of the existing of the Leonard Street improvement.
Is it my connection or is it Mr. Petrosi's connection, which is bad?
Mr. Petrosi, we're losing you there. I wonder if maybe you...
on the double driveway for lots 2A.
Mr. Petrosi, your connection is bad.
Hang on, Sundar, I'll take care of it. Mr. Petrosi, you're breaking up there, and I hate to do this, but maybe if you turn off your video, we'll at least be able to hear you.
Hold on. Is that better?
Yes.
In the dark now.
I think he did.
How's that? Is that better?
Yep, we can hear you. Thank you.
Beautiful, thank you. It's a big house. So as I started to say, we're proposing to construct about approximately 250 feet of Leonard Street, the private way to service these 3 lots. Unfortunately, at the end of, on either side of the right-of-way, there are existing wetlands that do not permit the construction of a turnaround of a substantial diameter that would be required under your regulations. So as an alternative, we've proposed a hammerhead turnaround that would be a combination of the Leonard Street right-of-way that we're improving, along with an easement on the double driveway for lots 2A and 3A that would provide adequate turning distances and access for fire apparatus and other vehicles.
Okay. And I know we've talked at length about this. Questions or comments from the board? Okay. So I guess if that's the case, then we're ready to take a vote. So I'll entertain a motion to grant a waiver for section 8.2.5C, dead end streets and turnaround, hammerhead turnaround.
So moved.
Rob Benson, second.
All right. Any further discussion? Dave, do you have a discussion?
Yeah, just wanted to make a comment, just kind of think out loud a little bit before we rush into this.
Before we rush into it?
No, I mean, we just decided, you asked for input like 30 seconds ago and we're voting. That's what I meant.
Mm-hmm.
That's what I meant. So obviously most of the streets we want built, we want as through streets. Where we can't, we want a cul-de-sac. But I'm thinking that this is unreasonable because you can't create a cul-de-sac because the road as a right of way continues. So, once again, just thinking out loud, I don't know if anybody has any other input, but kind of leaning towards approving this just because of the adverse situation here.
Okay. Thanks.
I don't welcome any other input from the planning board.
No, Dave, I think it's important to say because through you, Mr. Chair, because it isn't something that is in any way preferable. But I think that we have exhausted the options and it's, in my opinion, it's the best that we can do under the circumstances. And it feels like an adequate safety measure for the number of lots that are going to go in there.
Thank you.
Fran, do you have something to add?
Yeah, maybe just to piggyback on Muriel's point there. And my understanding that the chief is okay with the hammerhead and everything's been vetted appropriately. Is that correct?
Yes.
To the chair.
Yes. Okay. So, and again, Dave, just back to your point, I didn't mean to, I was referring to the many other hearings in which we've talked about the hammerhead term. So that's what I was referencing.
I want to just see you smile a little bit more, Gary. I know this is it's a lot of work to do all this. So I just try to bring out some smiles once in a while.
No problem. All right. So we have a motion and a second. So we'll move to roll call vote. Rob Benson.
Rob Benson, yes.
Muriel.
Muriel Kramer, yes.
Jane.
Jane Marin, yes.
Dave.
Dave Paul, yes.
Mary.
Mary Larson Marlowe, yes.
Deb.
Deborah Feinberg, no. And I just want to just take a second just to say why I'm saying no. I'm saying no because I think it is a really unusual situation. I think it encroaches upon the drives of residents and our definition of what a private way is. I think in the future, we have to be really, really careful where we condone or permit hammerhead driveways. I think there's a really fine line in the definition of a private way and where we're accessing the private way from the hammerhead. And so with all consciousness, personally, I cannot condone this twisting of code.
Sundar?
Sundar Sivaraman, yes.
Fran?
Fran DeYoung, no.
And Gary Trendle is a yes. So that waiver would be granted. Section 8.3.1 sidewalks, driveways, etc. And I'm just maybe summarize here, but the rationale for it is that the existing street doesn't have sidewalks, and they are also very space constrained here. Anything I missed, Mr. Petrosi?
No, that would cover it. Thank you.
Okay. Comments or questions from the board? Dave?
Nope, I'm good.
Okay. So on that note, I will entertain a motion. Entertain a motion to grant a waiver to section 8.3.1.
Rob Benson, so moved.
Second.
All right. No further discussion. We'll vote on that. Mr. Benson?
Rob Benson, yes.
Muriel?
Muriel Kramer, yes.
Jane?
Jane Marin, yes.
Dave?
Dave Paul, yes.
Mary?
Mary Larson Marlowe, yes.
Deb?
Deborah Feinberg, yes.
Sundar?
Sundar Sivaraman, yes.
Fran?
Fran DeYoung, no.
And Gary Trendle is a yes. And then the last requested waiver, section 8.7.1, public-private utilities, and the applicant is requesting to have above-ground utilities. Do you want to just remind us as to why, Mr. Petrosi?
Sure. There are existing utility poles on Leonard Street that provide above-ground utilities to the existing homes on Leonard Street. And in this particular location, the utility poles extend above-ground utilities to the last property on Leonard Street, 19 Leonard Street. So we would be so the utilities are already there, in other words. So it's already above ground. It's already existing.
Okay. Questions or discussion on utility poles? Dave?
One of my favorite subjects. So I'm going to push back on this because I don't see a reason not to just run the wire down to the ground and then underground from there. All new houses should have underground wiring, in my opinion. If we ever wanted to do undergrounding on the road, we'd also have to pay for the town would also have to pay for the cost of running the wire to the house, and I don't think that should be a cost incurred by the town.
Yeah. So, Mr. Petrosi, just to clarify, so if you were to underground the utilities, then I think what would happen is that the existing built portion of Leonard Street would be above ground. Then the utilities would go below ground.
Right.
And when it goes past your property, then they would go back above ground.
Yeah, that's essentially what would be asking of us to do that.
So clarification?
Yeah.
My suggestion is the wiring down the street should remain above ground on utility poles, but the wire should go down to the bottom of the utility pole and underground to the houses. I've seen that done in many places.
Oh.
I'm not suggesting above ground utility for the street.
Yep.
Only the wire running to the house.
So Dave, great question. And just to clarify, we're not approving any lots here. We're only talking about the street construction. So Mr. Gelsich, correct me if I'm wrong, but that would be addressed in the application, in the A&Rs and the building permits to build on those lots.
So the utilities within the road would not be addressed in the A&R process.
Yes, correct. But when
maybe I didn't understand your question.
Sorry. When the power goes from the street to the house itself, that discussion would be reviewed. That would still be required per our guidelines, because I think that new construction, no?
That wouldn't be subject to the A&R. The A&R is just for the approval of the lots themselves. Whether the building permit would require underground utilities is another thing. But that wouldn't be subject to the A&R process.
Okay.
So through the chair, I think you bring up a very valid point, and we might have our hands tied here that we cannot do anything.
Yeah.
So, but Mr. Chairman, I will say that we're currently evaluating that option of going underground from the utility pole to the existing homes, or to the proposed homes. And that'll be a decision made by the utility company as to whether or not that's a practical alternative or not. We don't make that decision.
Okay. Thank you. And I guess, Dave, my comment was based on at least the new construction that I've seen built recently. They've always gone underground from the pole to the house. So I don't know whose decision that is, but
No, you, through the chair, you make a valid point. I didn't realize that clarification. So thanks for doing that. And I think most of my statements were unapplicable.
Okay. All right. Muriel, did you raise your hand there, or are you?
No,
you're good. Okay. All right. Any other questions or comments on utilities?
Just a question through the chair. Dave, if you can just clarify what you meant by our hands are tied as part of this?
Because we're voting through the chair. So we're voting only on the street right now.
Right.
So my proposal is street utilities above ground as it is all the way. Once it becomes a valid street, any A&R we don't have any control over. It's approval not required, so they can do whatever they want.
But why wouldn't, through the chair, why wouldn't we want to have those lines underneath while where we can, where we do have some impact on that?
Can I ask you to repeat that? I didn't hear that. I'm sorry.
Yeah, Fran, you were breaking up.
Yeah, so sorry. So why wouldn't we want to the extent that we have some control over this, to have those wires buried underground where possible?
So, Fran, if I can just restate that, what we could do is we could not grant this waiver, at which point the applicant would have to underground the utilities on the street from where he's building the street to the end. And then for I don't remember the address, but then for the house at the end, those utilities would come back up above ground and then continue. So they'd be above ground, go underground, and then go above ground again. And we could not grant this waiver, at which point I think the applicant would have to underground those utilities.
So, Mr.
Go ahead, Mr. Petrosi.
Mr. Chairman, so there's an existing house on the opposite side of the street where this, if you wanted underground utilities to go in the direction that we're, proposing to construct Leonard Street, then that house would also have to be required to go underground too, because then they would have no, they'd have to undergo an expense to connect to underground as well. So it's not, when you're doing a regular subdivision and all the utilities are underground, you construct the roadway and all the utilities and all the services are underground to each of the whole proposed lots. In this particular instance, we have existing homes that are serviced above ground. And in order for us to go underground, they'd have to be required to go underground as well at a significant expense. So
Yeah.
it's kind of like a catch-22.
Yep, got it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay. So,
One
yes, go ahead, Dave.
follow-up question, just to be absolutely clear, I just want to ask the applicant, he's not installing any utility poles for this road, correct?
No.
Thank you.
Through the chair, this is Rob. I'm not sure why a waiver is needed if the poles already exist and the, like, I guess I'm not sure what why this is necessary.
So it's necessary because as part of this review, we're reviewing this proposal against Hopkinton subdivision regulations to the greatest extent practicable. So our subdivision bylaws require utilities to be underground. So that's why there would have to be a waiver here.
So through the chair, so this, I don't think we can, could we realistically, is this even possible? Say they need to be required underground, and then what happens to the existing home?
Yeah, that's a great question. And to Mr. Petrosi's point, I don't, at least in his opinion, then there would be a substantial expense to that.
Through you,
resident.
Mr. Chair, they'd
Yes.
be bettered is what they'd be. And they, right, they would probably be forced to connect underground at their expense.
I've heard, like, I don't know the house, but I've heard these are thousands of dollars. It's several thousand to get your from the pole to your house underground. It's not
It's not
free.
insignificant.
Yeah.
Yes, correct. Okay.
Okay.
Up or down.
All right. I will entertain a motion to grant a waiver to section 8.7.1 for to allow above ground utilities.
So move.
I will
Seconded.
second that.
Sorry.
I would really like to note, though, that this is an exception that we are making because of the expense that another property owner would incur, because we've been pretty steadfast, and I think we want to continue to be steadfast. I just think we want to note the exception that we're making.
Yeah, and Muriel, I think that's a great point. The other thing that I would add is that these utility poles already exist.
Yeah.
So,
Mr. Chair, if I could jump in on that, if that's something the board wants to memorialize, that could be a finding in the decision. That waiver was granted due to expense.
I think that's a good idea.
Maybe a few of the other waivers as well.
okay. Boy, that's going to require me to add something to the findings here, but
That's why you get paid the big bucks, Gary.
yes, get more sarcasm. Okay.
He'll give you homework.
Through the chair,
Yes, Fran.
if I may. We talk about if we were going to go underground, that last house and that homeowner would incur an additional or an expense in order to also be underground. Is that an expense that could be transferred from that homeowner to the applicant? So that way, then everything starting at his section of roadway all gets buried and underground.
I don't know the answer to that. I'm looking at Mr. Gelsich in the upper left-hand corner of my screen to see if.
Can I add to that question, though? Because I
Sure.
understood it to be the house across the street as well, not just the one at the end of the street. I just want to make sure we answer the whole question.
That's my
I think we're talking about the same house.
So like I've said before, you can condition anything. Whether it's going to hold up in court is another question. And I don't know if that's within requiring undergrounding utilities on an abutting property may not be within the four corners of this approval. I don't have a hard and fast answer as to whether that would be allowed or not, but I do have concerns.
Okay. Any further discussion on this? Mary, you raising your hand? No? Okay. All right. So we've got a motion. We've got a second. We've had some discussion. So we'll take a vote. Rob?
Rob Benson, begrudgingly, yes.
Muriel?
So you stole my thunder there, Rob. I am gonna vote yes, but I think that this is really a true exception that I struggle with.
Jane?
Jane Marine, yes.
Dave?
Dave Paul, yes, I would love to see a through street somewhere, but I'll vote yes for this.
Okay. Mary?
Mary Larson Marlowe, yes, with the same caveats.
Deb?
Deborah Feinberg, yes. But I would like to also just mention that this is such a huge exception. The street that he is adding on to is uneven. There's difficulty parking on the other side. He's doing no improvement for the neighbors. And so I would like to just add that little bit those sorts of things should be considered when a developer is coming into a neighborhood, that he should consider improving those kinds of aspects that we haven't really approached with him. That maybe in the future we need to do that. So,
Mr. Chair, can I clarify? This is a vote on the 10th waiver. Exactly. I don't know if it needs some clarification. This isn't a vote on the actual approval.
Okay.
Yep.
All right.
Thank you. Sundar?
Sundar Sivaraman, yes.
Fran?
Randy Young, no.
And Gary Trenzel is a yes. Okay, so those are our requested waivers, and we have granted all of them. So I do want to spend some time going through the proposed conditions, and unfortunately, this is a fairly long list. So I'm going to go read through these. If you want to talk about one of them in more detail, please speak up, because I'm going to try to get through these pretty quickly. And then I have let's see, at least one other proposed condition. So number one, a town clerk certified version of this decision shall be recorded at the Middlesex County Registry of Deeds prior to the issuance of a building permit for the work that is subject to this decision. 2, the Director of Municipal Inspections inspects projects under construction for compliance with the approved decision. This includes the driveway, roadway, and infrastructure construction shown on the plan. If the Director of Municipal Inspections determines at any time before or during construction that a registered professional engineer or other such outside professional is required to assist with the inspections of the stormwater management system or any other component of the special permit, the applicant shall be responsible for the cost of those inspections. 3, all
point of order, Mr. Chairman. Yes. Did we finish the outline?
We've talked about vehicular and pedestrian traffic flow. We've talked about stormwater management, utilities, sidewalks. We didn't go into impact on schools or the municipal services, but we talked about snow removal. We talked about street construction, curbing, side slopes. I think we've closed out the legal access, town departments and board committee comments not covered above.
My apology then. It wasn't crossed off, so I just wanted to make sure.
Yeah, nope, that's a fair point.
I apologize for interrupting you. I just wanted to make sure.
Okay. All right, where was I? Number 3, all construction activities shall adhere to the applicable local, state, and federal laws and regulations regarding noise, vibration, dust, sedimentation, and the use of interference with or blocking of town roads. The applicant shall be responsible for mitigating all construction-related impacts, including erosion, siltation, and dust control. The applicant shall maintain all portions of any public way used for construction access free of soil, mud, or debris deposited due to the use by construction vehicles associated with the project, and shall regularly sweep such areas as directed by the Director of Municipal Inspections in consultation with the DPW Director. Number 5, the applicant shall regularly remove construction trash and debris from the site in accordance with good construction practice and the construction management plan. No tree stumps, demolition material, trash, or debris shall be burned or buried on the site. Number 6, a completed signed construction management plan shall be submitted to the planning board prior to the commencement of any site work. The applicant shall also submit a revised full site plan set which incorporates all of the modifications made during the public hearing process and any required in this decision. Number 7, erosion and sedimentation control measures shall be implemented during the construction period in accordance with the approved plan and the construction management plan. If they are found to be inadequate, the applicant shall immediately correct any deficiencies. Number 8, the planning board shall receive a signed off confirmation that the site contractor and any major subcontractors have received the construction management plan prior to the commencement of any site work. Number 9, construction may occur only between the hours of 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. Mondays through Fridays, and Saturdays between 8 a.m. and 4 p.m. pursuant to Chapter 141, Article 1 of the Town of Hopkinton General Bylaws. Number 10, no building permit may be issued on the 3 building lots to be served by the roads shown on the plan until the construction of ways and the installation of municipal services is secured by a professional performance guarantee. In order to establish the amount of the performance guarantee, the applicant shall submit to the board a professional estimate of the cost to the town to complete all work approved by the plan, and remaining at the time a cost estimate is submitted. Instructions as to the preparation of the estimate and its contents are contained in section 7.6 of the subdivision regulations. The amount of the performance guarantee shall be approved by the board, and the guarantee shall be provided to the town prior to the issuance of building permits. Number 11, a street acceptance plan which conforms to the requirements in section 11 of the subdivision regulations shall be submitted to the planning board upon completion of construction. Number 12, each lot shall be assigned a street number by the Director of Municipal Inspections, and such number shall be noted on the approval not required plans prior to endorsement. Number 13, the applicant developer shall provide the principal planner with a project point of contact and contact information prior to the issuance of the building permit. The point of contact information shall be kept current through correspondence to the principal planner until the final certificate of occupancy is issued or construction is otherwise considered complete. Yes, Dave.
Quick question, number 11, street acceptance. So the applicant is okay with that? Asking for street acceptance for that section of the road?
Well, I was under the impression that it was going to remain a private way. Not sure the town wants to accept it, but if the town wants to accept it, that's fine. But our impression was that the town wanted us to keep it as a private way, and it would be maintained by a homeowners association.
Good catch, Dave.
In light of that, do you think we should remove that condition?
That makes sense to me.
I mean, we would be, Mr. Chairman, we would probably, instead of an acceptance plan, we would just present an as-built plan of the improvements for the town's records rather than an acceptance plan.
John, does that make
sense?
I
mean, that's standard process. They would have to provide an as-built plan to get their bond back anyway, so that's fine.
So we could go ahead and remove condition 11.
Thank you.
All right. And so on that note, I had another one here, the applicant or a homeowners organization serving the proposed lots on Littard Street, proposed lot U19-52-0, should they be developed, shall be responsible for maintenance of the roadway until such time, I guess we'll just leave it at that, shall be responsible for maintenance of the roadway.
Right.
So that's addressing your point, Mr. Petrosi.
Right, that's our understanding, yes, that's the way we presented it.
Okay. The second one, and John, you and I had talked about this a while back, but the applicant shall saw cut the driveway of lot U1954A and construct an apron tying the driveway into the road. The detail of this apron shall be provided to the planning board for approval prior to the commencement of any road construction. And I think this is just to make sure that that hammerhead exists when the road is constructed, independent of the A&R lots being approved.
Mr. Chairman,
Yes.
I think this relates to the existing driveway at 7 Leonard Street.
You're right. I'm sorry.
And we've met with homeowner, and we've agreed to saw cut the on a straight edge the existing driveway apron. It's kind of a deteriorating concrete driveway, but we've agreed to saw cut it and create an apron for the existing driveway when the pavement is put down for the roadway.
Great. Thank you. And I apologize for my misinformation there, but that makes sense. I was thinking of something else in my head, but thank you. And then the last one that we had that John and I had talked about, the applicant shall provide a landscaping plan showing proposed screening between lots U1952-0 and U1954A. This planting shall consist of native species and shall be approved by the planning board prior to completion of construction of the road.
Yeah. Again, Mr. Chairman, this is the 7 Leonard Street. There's an existing, they have a little existing stone wall that's going to be, leave about a 3 or 4 foot wide grass apron that will be between the wall and the edge of pavement. And we've agreed to propose some plantings along that. But we haven't received any, we're not at the point where we're ready to propose anything because we still need to meet with the homeowner to see what has a preference for in terms of screening.
Yep. So I think to your point, that's why we would condition it. And when you have that plan, then we would come back to the planning board and we could discuss any details on that.
Great, thank you.
Any other proposed conditions from the board or any thoughts on those 3 that I added in?
So Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead, Fran.
Through the chair, I have one, and maybe it's already covered, but I'd like to see something in there that we're minimizing any disturbance to the wetlands, given that the area around it is wet. Now, and maybe it's covered under 4, 6, and 7, around the responsible for mitigating the impact of the construction management plan, and the erosion and sediment control measures. But it doesn't specifically call out any of the wetland area. So unless it's already covered there and I missed it, I apologize, but I think that's an important consideration given the geographic location of what's being proposed with the road.
Mr. Petrosi, it looks like you're prepared to respond.
So as I mentioned previously, we do have existing orders of conditions that will address the comments by Fran related to protecting the resource areas and the wetlands. So we already have a pretty significant list of conditions that cover the protection of the resource areas. So all those things are, even though they're not in the planning board decision, they are covered by the Conservation Commission order of conditions for both the roadway and construction on the lots themselves.
Does that suffice for you, Fran, or did you want to propose an additional condition?
If it's, I don't need to be duplicative, and I guess if it's already covered, maybe I'll defer to yourself or Mr. Gelsich on that. There's some synergies there of the conditions that are proposed by both the planning board as well as Concom, so that we're all on the same page.
Yeah. So my take on it, I think wetlands are the primary jurisdiction of the Concom. So, and I know that they've given us a very comprehensive review as well. That's my take on it, but if people feel otherwise, we can certainly discuss whether we wanted to add some conditions here.
I'll go with the group. So if we feel pretty good at the Concom, and then we don't need to belabor the point.
Okay. All right. So I don't know if we have any members of the public here, but I do want to just take a moment and pause. We had early on in this process, we did have some engagement, and we haven't heard from anyone for a little while. So I just want to take a moment and see if there's anyone from the public that would like to comment on this. Okay. So let's talk really quickly about findings. And what I'll do is I'm going to see if I can wordsmith this on the fly here, but I'll entertain a motion that the board finds that the proposed petition to construct a private road conforms to the Hopkinton subdivision regulations to the greatest extent practicable, with the exception of the following waivers that were previously voted upon, and that the board recognizes that the decision to grant a waiver to section 8.7.1 is considered, how do I want to say this? That the decision to grant a waiver to section 8.7.1 is, help me out here, Muriel.
Mr. Chair.
Yes. Oh, John got something written.
Due to the unique situation of this proposal and the associated high cost of the proposed work in relation to the limited benefit.
I don't think that we reference cost, because I think that everybody's going to say it's high cost. That's just my opinion. I think that we recognizing the challenges, recognizing that the utilities already exist on the unimproved road, and that it would cause detrimental expense to existing neighbors. We waived the requirement to underground the utilities for a small section of that small section of the road, something like that. Like
I think it's worth it calling that out, Mario. That's some of the specifics.
Yeah.
I think even on waiving the, if I may through the chair, I think even something about waiving the cul-de-sac is, because the road exists and continues on,
Right. It's the unique nature of the previously unimproved roadway, right?
I actually like that suggestion of writing this in such a way that it acknowledges that there are several unique features of this proposal that, given the nature of the roadway already being designed, well, I'm struggling on this one.
I think we've actually, let me ask you this. Is it an option to do the findings after the vote, not even be done tonight, that we can put together the findings?
No.
I thought we had time. We've always, in some of the other meetings, we've been asked to go do the findings like months afterwards.
So the decision document is afterwards, but we can't take a vote unless we identify what the findings are.
Okay, thank you.
All right. So let's see. I'll try this again. Oh, go ahead, Muriel.
We could take a few minutes on the findings. If you wanted to start the other hearing, I'm not part of that. I'll try and draft something and we can finish the decision, or we can just take a few minutes now to.
Let's take a few minutes now. And Muriel, do you want to take a quick? You're pretty good at this stuff. Why don't you take let's do this. Let's take a quick 3 or 4 minute bio break for people that need it. Muriel, you don't get to take a break. I'm sorry.
Yeah, I'm not sure I appreciate this.
But let's do that. Let's take a quick break. We can reconvene. I think this is important. I think we have pretty good alignment on the board. And I'd rather get this done now than have Mr. Petrosi hang out with us for another hour or so.
Mr. Chair, just when folks, outsiders go back and look at what our approvals were, this at least give some details to an explanation of why we approve these waivers under these unique circumstances. So I think it's great to document them.
Yeah, I agree.
Okay, see you in a few minutes.
Yep. We'll reconvene at 8:59.
Thank you.
I don't know, guys. I took a shot. Are we
Okay.
back?
Hang on, let's just wait for us to see that people are back. Dar, I see Dave, I see Jane. I see Fran. I see Deb. Just waiting for Mary and Rob.
I don't know, Gary, this 5-minute break at 9 o'clock is kind of a nice thing.
Lucky for you, that's all I'm saying.
We're just gonna add 5 minutes at the end, Dave.
So, but Muriel, perhaps you could take advantage of it in future 5-minute breaks.
All right, we've got everybody back. Muriel, do you want to go ahead and read off what you've put together?
The planning board waives section 8.2.5C, dead end streets turnaround, hammerhead turnaround, specifically because there is no reasonable option for a cul-de-sac on an existing roadway, on an existing way. I'm splitting it into two. I had it all written into one.
Makes sense.
Without impacting existing neighbors. And then the planning board finds that there are existing utilities on the existing way that are above ground, servicing existing homes, and the planning board specifically deemed it impractical to underground utilities for a portion of the existing roadway between the start and the end of the existing way.
Well done, Muriel. John.
Could you please email me that? I tried keeping up.
No, and I was, it's not exactly right, but that's what I intend is we're just finding that it just, we can't put a cul-de-sac in the middle of the existing road and not impact the neighbors and so forth. I will email that to you though.
Thank you.
Okay. Is everyone comfortable with those additional findings as Muriel stated?
Mm-hmm.
Yes, thank you.
Okay. So, is there a motion or I'll entertain a motion that the board finds the proposed petition to construct a private road conforms to Hopkins subdivision regulations to the greatest extent practicable, with the exception of the waivers that were previously discussed, and that the board and the additional findings as stated by Ms. Kramer.
So the Sivaraman so moved.
Rob Benson, second.
Okay. Any further discussion? Yes, Fran.
So, Mr. Chairman, I want to go back to Muriel's comment of going back to the outline. If I reference the meeting from November 2nd, there were a number of unchecked areas. And I just think that, and maybe it's me, and I'll defer to the group, but I'm not sure if I walk through here that we've kind of checked off each of these. And if they have, they haven't been checked off on the outline that was presented by Mr. Gelsich.
Yeah, I understand they're not checked off. I guess my question for you is, are there any topics in the detailed discussion that that you feel we have not sufficiently reviewed?
So water and sewer comes to mind specifically, and maybe back to through the chair to the applicant, maybe if something was already brought forth and it's been going on a long time, I may have missed it, but I recall specifically that the line going down Leonard Street is not a very big pipe.
Oh.
So, Mr. Chairman?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Petrosi.
So our proposal is to install a new water main and a new sewer main from Pleasant Street down the previous right-of-way of Buckland Street, which now becomes a utility easement to service the proposed homes that would be with adequate fire service protection that we've talked about with the chief. The issue of Leonard Street is we've offered to hold off on installing that water main in our utility easement until we've had a chance to discuss a partnership with the town to perhaps make better use of our funds to install a water line, the same 8-inch water main in Leonard Street. And at this point, we're still in the discussion stages, but it's still on the table, and we're willing to engage in that conversation with the town. But there are a lot of other issues related to doing that. You have existing homes there with existing water services, and you'd have to reconnect and reinstall, and there's a lot of other issues related to that. But we're working with the DPW, or we're trying to work with the DPW to make use of the funds that we're going to be expending so that that can happen.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Just so I understand, he's basically kind of going backdoor on that through Buckland to provide the water and sewer access to the properties. Is that correct? And kind of circumnavigating or not utilizing what's available on Leonard Street.
No, that's not correct, because we originally got it approved. We have an approval letter from DPW to do this previously when Buckland Street was the proposed route. And that is still the preferred route, especially for the sewer. And as far as the water situation, that came up with our conversation with the fire chief, that he's concerned about not having adequate water access on Leonard Street, and there is no hydrant there. So we've proposed a couple of different scenarios to accomplish that, but it's not we're not backdooring anything at all. It's the town just recently installed a 2-inch water main on that roadway, and that's what they chose at that time, maybe 4 years ago, to make that installation themselves at their own expense.
So if I can clarify, Fran, I think this is some combination of what I remember and what Mr. Petrosi is saying, is that as part of the Buckland Street proposal, the Water and Sewer Department had already approved access to those lots off of Leonard Street.
Yep.
And then I do recall two things. Number one, having the space in the right of way for the utility easement. I know we did talk about that. And I know that we did, one of the challenges here is that as Chief Slamman has really been a great advocate for sprinkler systems. And while I think that in many ways we would like to see the potential future houses on this street sprinklered based on Chief Slamman's guidance, because this is just a petition to construct a road and it is does not include the approval for building those homes, we can't condition the right to build the road on something that is a feature of the lot itself. So a lot there, but I'm just kind of trying to jog your memory, because that's kind of my recollection of it.
May I make a clarifying comment, I believe?
Yes, sure.
Applicant can correct me if I'm wrong, but the way I understand it after this discussion is there's current connections on Leonard Street from the beginning to where you're starting, and you are going to connect to those as a worst case scenario.
No.
You're not connecting to Leonard Street?
So what we're proposing, and just by the way, we are, as part of our mitigation with the fire chief, we are agreeing to install residential sprinkler systems in the houses that we're building on these lots. But as far as the water main situation is concerned, for example, from what I understand, when they built the box mill, this conversation came up at that point, and there was some conversation that to install a bigger water main, an 8-inch water main on public portion of Leonard Street. And apparently the developer of Box Mill and the town could not come to terms with the cost or sharing or some arrangement. So the town went ahead and just installed another 2-inch water main in the street. But what we're suggesting is that we're going to be spending a significant amount of money to install a water main in some location. What we've suggested is that we combine our resources, either manpower or financial or otherwise, to see if we can improve not only the water main in Leonard Street, but also perhaps work on widening that roadway out a little bit so that it is satisfactory to the fire chief to, because right now it's only paved to like 17 feet wide. He would like it to see it 20 feet. So all I can say is that we're cooperating as best we can with, and we're willing to, put our resources together with the towns, either manpower or there's all kinds of ways to provide it, to see if that's a possibility that the town wants to pursue.
Through the chair, I guess I'm not clear. What would he connect to right now if the town did nothing?
I connect to Pleasant Street water main, run it up what was previously proposed as Buckland Street.
Oh.
So we've abandoned Buckland Street and that becomes a utility easement. So we're installing the same type of water main in the same location that it was originally proposed. But we're willing to work with the town to install it on Leonard Street because it has more beneficial use long-term because you have existing homes there.
So Mr. Petrosi, and I first of all, Fran, I want to thank you for catching this and going back and reviewing it, because I think this is, I'm glad you brought it up. Mr. Petrosi, I'm just curious, I'm struggling here as to how we move forward with this without having some level of agreement or understanding as to what that water and sewer connectivity is going to look like. And while I was contemplating, can we condition this? When you sort of, if the backup plan is to run it down Buckland Street, which as a board, we don't even agree exists, that becomes very problematic for me. And I don't know how the board feels, but I'm struggling right now moving forward with a vote on this until we have some clarification and confirmation from the town and a design from you that shows an appropriate means of water and sewer for the street that you are proposing to.
Well, Mr. Chairman, not that I want to, we've had these plans since designed with the water main and the sewer main installed. As you know, as part of this process, what previously existed as the Buckland Street right-of-way is being abandoned, and that land area.
I'm going to stop there. We don't agree with that. We don't agree. As a board, we voted that Buckland Street does not exist by our standards. So I know you.
From a title standpoint, let me just put it that way then. The land area that was previously designated as Buckland Street, whatever you want to call it, the right-of-way, that has, from a title perspective, needs to be abandoned. And that area is now going to be combined into the lots that are going to be lots 1A, 2A, and 3A. Along the back of those lots that was previously designated as Buckland Street, there's a utility easement now in its place. And in its place, in that utility easement will be water, sewer, and gas that will service the 3 proposed homes. We've proposed, with respect to the fire protection, we've proposed that we will install our own hydrant there that the fire chief wanted us to install, as well as install residential sprinklers in each of those 3 homes. So I suggested, and I don't want to be penalized for suggesting that from a practical standpoint, from an economical standpoint, from a beneficial standpoint, that it would be better use of our money to work with the town so that they can derive the most benefit out of the water. So I don't necessarily want to be penalized for offering something that I see as, from a business standpoint, to be a good idea. And quite frankly, I've sent maybe, I don't know, John can vouch for me. I've probably sent a half a dozen emails to DPW to explore these options, and haven't received any kind of response. So that, in my mind, might indicate to some people that the town isn't interested in that. So to hold my 3-lot proposal till that item is resolved is not, we're just constructing the right of way. I could, like the guy on Box Mill, he put wells in. I could do the same thing, but I'm not doing that.
So, hang on real quick. So John, I'm wondering if you can just clarify for us what the requirements are for building a road. And again, this gets messy here because we're not approving lots. We're only allowing him to construct the road as it has previously been laid out. Do you have any guidance or input for us here?
In terms of water, sewer, and gas?
Water, sewer, and gas.
Yeah. So, I mean, in rural areas, you don't have utilities in the roads, right? Every house has septic wells, just like Mr. Petrosi said. So you don't need to require utilities in the road. And if he's proposing to get it some other way, that's incumbent upon him to get the houses that he wants to build utilities. If he can't put them into what we were calling Buckland Street, and he needs to go into Leonard Street, he would need to amend the plan. That would. No, so he's proposing right now that he would go through Buckland Street, right?
Yes.
So if he finds out he can't do that, or he doesn't want to do that, and he wants to go put the utilities in Leonard Street, if DPW talks to him and they get that worked out, the plan that is before the board right now, if approved, would need to be amended to show the utilities because they're not shown. So right now, it's incumbent upon him to provide his lots with utilities, whether that's well, water, or septic, or if it's water lines or sewer lines. The board doesn't need to require the utilities be put in Leonard Street.
Through the chair.
Yes, Dave.
I would, going along with where you were going, Mr. Chair, I would like to put in a condition that none of the utilities run through Buckland Street. So that gives him the option of either doing wells or improving Leonard Street. Nothing through Buckland Street.
Well, there is no Buckland Street.
What's that?
There is no Buckland Street, right? Let's stop talking about it like it exists, because we.
Well, what do you want to refer to it, Mary?
It's a utility. It's a utility.
I don't care how you refer to it.
I just don't want. I don't want to codify that there is a street there. I don't want to do that.
Okay, all right. So let's hang on, guys. We're gonna back off the back and forth. Sorry, and Muriel, I agree with your point. And Dave, I think that what Mr. Petrosi is referring to is an easement, and it is nothing more than an easement.
The utility easement.
But we can. We can put a condition in to not allow the utilities to run that route, correct?
No.
I don't know, because I think that's more going back to John's points. It really is up to Mr. Petrosi as to how he provides the water and waste management and and gas for those. And again, this is not for the lots themselves. This is just for improving a road that already exists.
I think this is like Groundhog Day through you, Mr. Chair. I just made the same mistake I did earlier because we have no control over this because it's going to be approval not required. That's the problem with doing the road ahead of the houses, which I don't know. I don't feel very comfortable doing, but
I know. Fran.
Through the chair, I don't know if Mr. Westerling's on. To respond to the applicant's comment around a number of emails being sent to DPW and seem to have either gotten lost or not responded to. I do think that, Mr. Petrosi, as the developer here, he is looking at the easement going into Buckland as probably an easier route. But I see the Leonard Street, if he potentially could work with the town, that it's a betterment for those, I'm making an assumption here, but it would be a betterment for those homeowners or landowners that are currently exist on Leonard with improvements to water, sewer, and gas, really water and sewer. We had a similar situation with the applicant on Fox Mill. They could not come to some resolution. And I think, we would need to work with the applicant to kind of make it amenable to him to kind of look at the Leonard Street option as opposed to the easement via Buckland to make this happen. I would be, I like kind of the former.
Lost your friend.
Everyone on Leonard, but I'll stop there.
Yeah.
Mr. Chairman, just let me say that we do want to work with the town. We proposed it. We think it's a rational alternative that the town should consider. I think my last proposal was something along the lines of, a swap of materials and versus labor, and sharing the costs, and something along those lines. It all depends on when you get into that kind of construction on Leonard Street, then you get into, well, how much do you want to widen the roadway? Do you want to repave it? Do you want to provide new services to the homeowners? There's a lot of things that may come into the mix in order to do the job right, as opposed to just running a water main down the edge of the roadway.
Understand.
So
I'm going to propose here. What I'm going to recommend is based off of what our principal planner, Mr. Gelsich, has said. That given this is a rural road, for me, unfortunately, I'm not totally comfortable with this, but I don't think it's in the jurisdiction of the petition to construct an existing road, or to improve an existing road, I should say. I just don't think there's a requirement to have those details worked out. He is going to have to do that at some point. And if that ends up being via an easement, or via improvements to Leonard Street, or via well and septic, there are processes by which he can do that. But and I struggle with this one a little bit, but again, I'm going to err on the side of the professional guidance here, and that would be my recommendation moving as to how we move forward.
I think that's well said.
Muriel, do you have something?
No, so I was paying attention, but I was also sending that that text to John, and I copied you, Gary, as well. I guess my only point here is that if the applicant doesn't, the applicant needs to get the sign off from the Department of Public Works, and what I don't think is reasonable to expect is that that any board would give additional waivers if he doesn't get the necessary approvals while he is in process to improve the road. If somebody ends up telling him he has to pull up his improved road to put in utilities, that would be unfortunate. I would get the necessary approvals first. And I don't know that it's our purview to require that, but
yeah. So I'm just going to give one other quick example. That's if you look at the Chamberlain Whalen subdivision,
yeah,
that was originally approved with septic, and they have since gone back and worked with the town, and they, despite the fact that the first layer of pavement is already put in on the Chamberlain Street side, they are actually going to go in and install that sewer after having worked with the town. So I think that's just an example of kind of how this might move forward. I think that's what Mr. Petrosi is proposing. We certainly didn't require water and sewer to be a part of that approval. And yet, as a developer, they felt that there was a way to move that forward in a way that was beneficial for the town, and for the homes, and for the broader health of the community. Okay. That was a long discussion session to the findings. And again, Fran, I appreciate your diligence in going back. Are there anything else, any other, I do want to see if we can keep this moving forward because we've got 2 other hearings to get to, but I would like to get this one to a vote. Any other discussion on those findings, as I stated and as Ms. Kramer stated? Okay, so let's go ahead and move to a vote on those findings. We'll start with Rob.
Rob Benson, yes.
Muriel? Oh, Muriel, you're muted.
Yeah, I'm muted, sorry. Muriel Kramer, yes.
Jane?
Jane Marin, yes.
Dave?
Dave Paul, yes.
Mary?
Mary Larson Marlowe, yes.
Deb?
Deborah Feinberg, no.
Sundar?
Sundar Subramanian, yes.
Fran?
Fran Dion, yes.
And Gary Trendle is a yes. So the motion carries. Let's see. I guess we can vote on the permits being requested. So I will entertain a motion that the board approve the petition to construct a private road for the Leonard Street petition, with the conditions as they were previously read aloud.
Rob Benson, so moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? And if not, we'll move to a vote. Rob?
Rob Benson, yes.
Muriel?
Muriel Kramer, yes.
Jane?
Jane Marin, yes.
Dave?
Dave Paul, yes.
Mary?
Mary Larson Marlowe, yes.
Deb?
Deborah Feinberg, no.
Sundar?
Sundar Subramanian, yes.
Fran?
Fran Dion, no.
And Gary Trendle is a yes. So that is approved. All right, I will entertain a motion to, Mr. Petrosi, can we close? Actually, we'll do that separately. I'll entertain a motion to close the hearing for the petition to construct Leonard Street.
Sundar Subramanian, so moved.
Second.
All right, we'll move to a vote. Rob?
Rob Benson, yes.
Muriel?
Muriel Kramer, yes.
Jane?
Jane Marin, yes.
Dave?
Dave Paul, yes.
Mary?
Mary Larson Marlowe, yes.
Deb?
Deborah Feinberg, yes.
Sundar?
Sundar Subramanian, yes.
Fran?
Fran Dion, yes.
And Gary Trendle is a yes. Mr. Petrosi,
Yes.
can we close out the Buckland Leonard Street hearing?
Yes.
John?
So before you move on to that one, can I just confirm that the decision for this Leonard Street petition is due November 30th? I don't know if it's been officially continued to that date, so if the board could continue the decision deadline to that date, that would be helpful.
To November 30th?
To November 30th. Let me see, is November 30th a weekday?
It's a Monday.
Monday?
We have a meeting.
Correct.
Want to do it December 1st?
December 1st would be perfect, yeah.
Okay, then I will entertain a motion to continue the decision date for this petition to construct Leonard Street to December 1st, 2020.
So moved.
Rob Benson, second.
All right, no discussion. We'll move to a vote. Rob?
Rob Benson, yes.
Muriel?
Muriel Kramer, yes.
Jane?
Jane Marin, yes.
Dave?
Dave Paul, yes.
Mary?
Mary Larson Marlowe, yes.
Deb?
Deborah Feinberg, yes.
Sundar?
Sundar Subramanian, yes.
Fran?
Fran Dion, yes.
Gary Trendle, yes. And I'll entertain a motion to close the hearing for the petition to construct Buckland Leonard Street.
Mr. Chair, it may be more efficient to ask Mr. Petrosi to withdraw the petition without prejudice.
Good catch.
Yes, I'll send an email to withdraw, John.
You can request it right here, Mr. Petrosi.
Oh, my God, thank you so much. I will withdraw the stormwater management application and the petition to construct Buckland Street.
All right. Do we need to vote on that, John?
Yes.
We do. Okay.
Without prejudice, right, John?
Yes.
Correct.
So I will entertain a motion to accept Mr. Petrosi's withdrawal as stated without prejudice.
So
Rob
moved.
Benson, so moved. Second.
Rob with the motion, and who was with the second?
That Muriel.
Okay, Muriel with the second. All right, we'll take a vote on that. Rob?
Rob Benson, yes.
Muriel?
Muriel Kramer, yes.
Jane?
Jane Moran, yes.
Dave?
Dave Paul, yes.
Mary?
Mary Larson Marlowe, yes.
Deb?
Deborah Feinberg, yes.
Sundar?
Sundar Sivaram, yes.
Fran?
Randy Young, yes.
And Gary Trendle's a yes. Okay. Thanks, Mr. Petrosi.
You're gonna miss us, Mr. Petrosi.
So does this mean I can't come for Thanksgiving dinner?
Correct. You cannot.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your patience and your consideration in all of this. Thank you very much.
Take care. Have a happy Thanksgiving.
Okay.
Bye-bye. Thank you, everybody.
All right. So thanks to everyone that's been patiently waiting. Just to warn folks, we do need to get through these next two. And that might seem a little bit aggressive. Or sorry, we do need to get to both of them. We're not saying like we're going to vote on both of them. But as Mr. Gelsich pointed out the other day when I was on the phone with him, we have a number of other hearings that are in queue. So I apologize to keep pushing. I know this is going to be a long night, but we're going to keep pushing ahead. So at this point, I'm going to hand it over to Mr. Benson, who is chairing the Deer Ridge Estates public hearing.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. All right, Joe and Courtney, welcome back. I think there's some positive news from you guys, and if you want to start by just giving an overview of the proposal before us, because last 2 weeks ago we had 3 different plans. I think it would help to just level set the board with the concept, the go forward plan.
Sure. In the ensuing couple of weeks, Courtney has worked offline with John to get some clarification on how we should be reviewing Lincoln Street. And Chuck Cadlick, zoning enforcement agent, building inspector, has come back with a memo dated the 12th of November that says that we should be considering the length of Lincoln Street from the end of the existing Lincoln today at the boundary line. So that our proposal, the original proposal, which I think we kicked around as concept C last time, is what we'd like the board to focus in on.
Okay, great. So just for the board's kind of edification, that's exactly correct. In the packet, there was a kind of a determination by the zoning enforcement officer that we should only consider the 1,000-foot length of a cul-de-sac in this proposed OSLPD plan. So there's no waiver needed for this plan to extend for a 1,000-foot cul-de-sac. So I think just to level set the board on that. That's the ruling we received from the zoning enforcement officer.
For the chair, I see Mary Larson with a question in look, and I want to understand it as well. So what's the justification for that?
John, I know John had some communication with him, but I don't know that he needs to provide a justification. But if you have any additional details, that's.
Sure. So a little bit of background. So this proposal was approved back in 2003. The applicants informed me that they bought the rights to it, and that's kind of why they're moving forward with the same type of design. Back then, the extension of Lincoln Street did not require a waiver, and to be honest, the planning board can't grant that kind of waiver. So there was no relief needed. When we talked to the zoning enforcement officer about why, the determination was made that what is proposed as part of this development is the only thing that needs to be reviewed for the 1,000-foot limit. The entire length of Lincoln Street as it's currently built does not qualify. So it's only the new extension of Lincoln Street that needs to be less than 1,000 feet, which this proposal is significantly under. And then any new street that's being proposed, such as the one from Cedar Street Extension, that also needs to be under 1,000 feet. But just because Lincoln Street is already over 1,000 feet and this is extending longer than 1,000-foot dead end, that doesn't warrant any type of relief necessary. Does that clarify what you're looking for?
Through the chair, I don't want to beat this to death, but is it just a grandfathering and we don't have to worry about this going forward with any other situations?
So from my understanding, OSLPDs are the only type of development that have the 1,000-foot limit. Every other dead end has a 500-foot limit. Extending an existing dead end, from my understanding of how it was interpreted by the zoning enforcement officer, any extension needs to be below 500 feet. Not the road as a whole needs to be below 500 feet, nor for an OSLPD does it have to be under 1,000 feet. Just the newly proposed portion of the road has to be less than the maximum set forth in either the subdivision regs or the zoning bylaw.
Okay, thank you. And through the chair, just Mary, invite me to the ZAC community when you discuss this, please.
Yeah, no kidding. So this is, and obviously I can't really argue with the zoning enforcement officer about his job, but that theoretically says anyone who wants to extend a dead end can do so in 500-foot increments, and
Right.
that's fine, and then it can go on forever. And I also recently, and I don't have it in front of me to quote, but I recently looked through everything about definitions of dead ends and so on, and it may not all be from our regs. It might be like definition of a dead end, because I was actually interested about Leonard Street, because I'm like, well, what about Box Mill? Because is it counting from the beginning of Boxville, or is it counting from Grove Street all the way, Grove Street to the end of Leonard, and so on. And it really is, the beginning of a dead end, of course, is where any through street connects to it. So Box Mill, for example, just using that example, doesn't have any effect on it. It also said, and this may or may not be in our regs, but it also said, no dead end off a dead end. And Box Mill was, kind of gave the lie to that one. But
So to clarify on that one, the planning board, I believe, does have the ability to waive a dead end off of a dead end.
yeah, okay, that sounds good. And of course, Chamberlain is an extension of a dead end that goes, I don't know, forever. And I haven't been around for that one, but nonetheless, there's certainly a lot of examples of things that we have done. But I really question the every proposal is only the new portion of the road, because I really think that there's something to be said about it should be any extension of a dead end, and there is a limit on the total length of a dead end street. And I think that certainly, if it's not worded that way right now, that was probably the intent of the regs to begin with. And yeah, it sounds like something we have to take up at SAC. So, okay, I'm done.
Okay, so Mary, I think that is the general understanding, is that it's a opportunity for Zach to review that regulation. So to go to the next steps, I'm trying to. So we've received many letters. We've talked about the plan many times. I think in general, this is not a definitive subdivision plan. This is OSPLD special permit. So this is discussing the concept plan. So I think the next step is maybe to go over some of the decision criteria. And if anyone thinks I'm going out of order, just let me know and I will. So special permit criteria, the special permit, I'm just going to read section 5.4 in the packet. Special permit criteria, the special permit shall be granted only if the planning board finds each of the following. The development meets the purpose of an open space and landscape preservation development as described in 210-106. John's comment, the proposed development is an alternative to the conventional style subdivision provides for the public interest by preserving open space in perpetuity, promotes a variety of single family housing patterns by being designed so as to accommodate the site's physical characteristics. The proposed development does not propose development of otherwise undevelopable land. Therefore, it appears that the application meets this criterion. Part B, the development standards contained in 210-112A, Part 1 through Part 4 have been met. John's comments. Regarding item 1, it appears that the proposed development will not cause unreasonable traffic congestion or unsafe conditions within or outside the development. Regarding item 2, it is unclear as to whether the development will provide for convenient and safe emergency vehicles access to all buildings and structures at all times as the fire department has brought concerns forward relating to access to the development as proposed. Regarding item 3, it appears that the proposed development will preserve historic and natural features of the property by minimizing the amount of soil removal, tree cutting, and general disturbance to the site. Regarding item 4, the proposed development appears to identify and ensure preservation of significant and special historical natural features. No historic features have been identified on the site. Part C, the common open space is designed in accordance with the standards set forth in 210-113B. John's comments, the proposed open space appears to conform to the standards set forth in the above referenced section. Part D, the common open space is designed in accordance with the standards set forth in 210-113C. John's comments, a waiver for the buffer width has been requested by the applicant. The parcel, Part E, the parcel could be developed as a conventional subdivision under existing local, state, and federal land use regulations. John's comments, the applicant has submitted a plan showing the site developed conventionally, and therefore it appears that this criterion is met. The open space and landscape preservation development provides for efficient use and delivery of municipal and other services and infrastructures. So, John, do you want to comment any additional comments on the plan?
No additional comments, but if you noticed in my previous memo, I did mention the 1,000-foot waiver. That was removed from this since it's not an issue anymore. So that was really the only change to my comments on the criterion.
Okay. Should I read the health department comments, or we don't have a representative? Actually, maybe we should go to.
You could probably paraphrase them, Rob. Would probably be sufficient.
All right. The first bullet. So it's about soil testing up to date. There hasn't been soil testing done. Basically, soil testing for suitability of wells and septic systems. In bullet 2, that will be done with the definitive subdivision plan. Drainage patterns over septic systems locations will be done with the definitive subdivision plan. They haven't done nitrogen load calculations for development, but that would be part of, if that's required, to be part of a definitive subdivision plan. So I saw Chief Slayman on earlier. Oh, there I see him again. So let's just jump to the Hopkins Fire Department comments. So this is page 15 of our packet for people following along at home. Risk assessments considerations. Chief Slayman, do you want to provide some commentary on the proposal? It's basically back to the original proposal, I think, that you reviewed. And
apologize. I did not know where you were today. I have not been updated in the last 2 weeks on any of these changes. So I think my initial comments stand, and I'll try to go with the flow.
Okay, if there's specific questions, we appreciate you being here, and we'll come to you if there's specific questions.
And Mr. Chair, sorry, just to state for Chief Slamman, to your point earlier, and I don't know if you had heard this part, but the design that the applicant is moving forward with is the one that was originally submitted. So despite the fact that we had a lot of conversation about alternatives, I just want to make sure you were clear on that. Maybe that's why you had stated that your comments stand as is, but just want to make sure that everyone's aligned on that.
Great. If that's the case, then yeah, that should work fine.
Okay.
So we're moving into, actually, at this point, Phil, do you want to give us is there any new information to provide, or maybe a refreshing view of the project from Beta's perspective?
So I think a lot of the items that we had listed in our memo are going to be addressed relative to the subdivision plan. I do think the one issue relative to requiring a 100-foot buffer around the development should be discussed. There's a portion of the project that does not have that. So other than that, I think all the other issues relative to the concept plan will be addressed in the subdivision portion of the project.
Okay, we're going to talk about the 100-foot buffer in a requested waiver, so let's just hold that for now. So we have a generic outline. I'm trying to understand how much of this is relevant for a special permit versus a subdivision, a definitive subdivision plan. Any John or Gary, do you have any guidance on reviewing all of these in details for just for a special permit concept plan versus the subdivision? Because it seems like they'll be duplicated in the subdivision review.
So, I guess, oh, sorry, go ahead, John.
Nope, Gary, you go ahead.
Well, I mean, I think it's, as Fran pointed out on the previous hearing, there's definitely some value in making sure that we consider these things. I guess sometimes I think we maybe sort of feel forced to talk about each of them. And I don't necessarily know if that's warranted, but for me, I think that it's a good reminder that we should at least consider them at least consider them and see if there are specifics that we want additional detail or that warrant some additional discussion. So I guess what I'm proposing is that we don't necessarily go through each and every one of them, or maybe Rob, you just kind of provide some initial comments and see if there's other things that people want to discuss. But I do want to make sure that we don't just sort of fly through them so quickly that we might miss something.
Okay, let me work the way through it, and any comments.
Can I ask a process question real quick?
Sure.
So I've been on the board for 5 years and I still haven't figured this out, but perhaps you can help me. So are you saying that we're going to see this list a second time for OSPLD?
Right now, we're approving the concept plan. When they actually come back, correct, John? The same kind of outline is going to be reviewed for a definitive subdivision plan?
Correct. So, Mr. Chair, if I may kind of tie both pieces together, it may be best to go through the decision criteria rather than the outline and take the items that are in the outline as they come up in the decision criteria. If they apply, certain things will, such as 7.1, the vehicular and pedestrian traffic flow, that could be discussed in the first part of the decision criteria, which talks about vehicular traffic and circulation. Things like snow storage and removal, landscaping, that type of stuff is probably going to be more relevant to the subdivision approval. And so this is the OSLPD process is really a two-step process. The special permit, which gives you the concept plan, and then they have to come back with the definitive subdivision plan, which goes into greater detail of how everything is actually designed. The concept plan really just makes sure that the OSLPD criteria can be met from that type of design. And then all the kinks and the designs are all worked out in the subdivision process as it normally would for a subdivision.
Great, thank you guys.
So I'm having trouble finding the decision criteria.
You read through them.
Okay.
Before.
We're ready for a vote. No, I'm just kidding.
5.3.
Oh, bear with me 1 second.
Section page 12, Rob.
Page
All right.
5.3. 5.4.
Okay, decision criteria. So this is the first step, as John outlined. This is the concept plan, which describes the overall development plan. The planning board shall grant or deny a special permit based upon the information contained in the concept plan. So Part A, this is section 5.3, Part A. The development meets the purpose of an open space and landscape preservation development as described. So does anyone have any comments or thoughts about that aspect of the decision criteria, or does everybody feel comfortable that excluding the waiver requested, does everybody feel comfortable with that statement?
So I know I talk too much, but I'm Italian. Can I make a request that we just put up the concept plan, please?
I will get that up in a second.
And while John's getting that up through the chair, this is Mary, I'm just saying that, yeah, I believe it definitely meets the definition of an OSLPD, preserving open space. And so, yeah, I think it complies.
I agree. This is Gary.
Okay, thanks for putting that up, John. So this is the original plan. Just to digress for a minute, this is the original plan, and let's just work our way through the decision criteria, and maybe we can reference the plan if we have any questions.
Perfect.
Development standards contained in section 210.112, 1 through 4 have been met. So I don't know if we have 210.112A in the packet, but John, can you give a overview briefly of what is in those sections?
Yep, just pulling up the zoning bylaw now, and I will read them off.
We're going to have probably, just for reference, having a quick overview of each of these bylaws would be helpful.
So, Mr. Chair, would it be helpful to put the zoning bylaw on the screen, or would you still want the concept plan on the screen?
I think the zoning bylaw would be helpful, and then we can go, after we go through each one of these items, we can go to the concept plan. Okay, so part 1 is unreasonable traffic congestion. Part 2, safe emergency vehicle access. So this is one of the decision criteria. They're proposing basically a fire access road to connect the 2 cul-de-sacs. does anyone on the board have any comments or questions about that, about any other type of emergency vehicle access and so on?
Through the chair. right?
Yes,
So just
go.
with I think it's Plan C that we're looking at now,
Mhm.
Rob, what is the distance of that proposed emergency access road between
The
the two?
length of it?
I thought we were looking at 210.112 Part A, 1 through 4.
Yes, but he's just asking about the length of the access road that is
That's in the cost.
relevant
Mr.
to safety.
fire.
Mr. Marquardon, do you have an answer?
Approximately 400 feet,
Thank you, sir.
the way it's shown on the recent concept plan.
Thank you.
So I think that answers Fran's question.
All right, I'm gonna keep moving to Part 3, and we
Oh,
can.
Sorry,
Did we talk about
Sorry.
part one?
I think I had some questions about Part 2. It sounds like Mary wants to go back and talk about Part 1.
Okay.
All right,
so
let's take these one at a time. Let's Part 1. Go ahead, Mary.
So this is my recollection of the discussion from last time, is that that by splitting this development into two different cul-de-sacs going out into two different streets, it adds only like 5 houses on each one, approximately. So it's not a great deal of traffic impact. However, there was a lot of discussion about the unsafe conditions currently in place on Lincoln Street, and that the development plans to improve Lincoln Street as a whole for the benefit of all of the residents of Lincoln Street. So if I could just get a confirmation of that, just for the record, that.
Joe, could you comment on that?
I believe Courtney may be a better source for that.
Okay.
Sure. Yep. So by implementing this proposal, it will bring our current road from a true dead end that does not have a proper turnaround for safety vehicles or school buses or even mail trucks and UPS trucks. It will create a cul-de-sac, which will do that for our community, our road, and it will also beautify the road. I'm not sure if you've visited the road, but it kind of just comes to a stop. Over time, there was some shrubbery or lots of forest kind of growing into the road. Hopefully we'll be able to beautify the road as well. So we look at this as an improvement, a huge safety improvement for our street.
Were there plans, if I may, Rob, were there plans to widen or pave over the rest of Lincoln Street, just as a means of, making it flow with the new portion?
Our road just got paved. I believe it was last year. So it's up to what the town considers its standards as of right now.
Okay.
And no, we're not planning on widening it at the moment. We are hoping that what we are proposing will create a sufficient increase in safety.
Okay.
So through the chair, I just want to make sure I'm not misunderstanding, and I want to make sure that Mary's clear. We're going to discuss all this detail again. I think tonight we're just trying to get through to approve that a definitive plan could be built. Is that true?
That's correct.
So when we get the final subdivision plan, we'll go through these things in much more detail.
Correct. That's
Right.
why
I was just like going through each of the decision criteria that for the special permit.
Yeah. Mr. Chair, it sounds like we moved on to the safety piece to it. Can I offer a few comments? And
yes, please.
I'm just looking at the fire chief's comments that are in the packet, and he had some specific recommendations. And the first one, which I think is probably pretty easy to address, is changing the name of the development so that it does not coincide with other already existing developments. And again, I think that's not sure from a process perspective how we do that, but I don't know if the applicants have any attachment to the name, but seems like that's something really easy to meet. And if that reduces some confusion for the fire department then and the police for that matter, I think that's great. He does have a recommendation for residential sprinklers to reduce the potential of needing to establish a water supply and then eliminate the proposed cisterns. I don't know if that's appropriate for the special permit or for the definitive subdivision, but I also think that one is a reasonable request. And again, I'm not quite sure where it belongs, but given the length of the street, and even though our zoning enforcement officer has said that they would not need a waiver or variance for the length of the street, I still think there's an overriding safety concern with having a very long dead-end street, and sprinklering those houses, I think, offer some substantial safety improvement. He has a recommendation to widen Lincoln Street in the areas where less than 20 feet that are less than 20 feet wide. I'm kind of mixed on this one, and I will say there is a precedence for having existing roadways improved. And Chamberlain Street, the developer is widening the existing road beyond what they've added on. But the reason I'm a little torn here is because they're only adding 4 houses, and so I guess I look at what the additional. Certainly it would improve safety for the overall street and for walkers and people walking to the state park, people walking down to the bus stop, whatever that might be. But I struggle a little bit if adding 4 houses really warrants making improvements to the portion of the street that's already built. And then the last one, connect the 2 roads, creating 1 roadway which meets town requirements. I don't think there's a lot to discuss there, and it doesn't appear to be a requirement, but personally, I like the idea of having the 2 cul-de-sacs with the emergency access road, and I think that it provides a really nice pedestrian and bicycle connectivity without adding traffic impact to the town. So I just wanted to kind of read through those, and related to safety, those were some of the fire chief's recommendations, and to share my perspective on which of those fit.
Without John, you can correct me if I'm wrong, but I think all of those the specific items and the specific nature of each one of those will be discussed at the definitive subdivision plan stage. I don't know that they're warranted right yet. I think for setting them to be in meeting minutes and for the applicant and is good. But John, do you have any comments?
So for the most part, they can be addressed in the subdivision. I wanted to touch base on the sprinklered issue. That was related to the length of the street and the driveways. And I believe the proposal that's currently before the board right now has shorter driveways with a longer street. And when it was flipped the other way, the fire department was not happy about that. And I believe the applicant has proposed to sprinkler all the houses, which helps satisfy a concern there. So that is kind of relevant to the special permit because it did talk about the street lengths, and the street lengths obviously are going to affect where the streets are and how the whole concept plan is designed.
Thank you. So is there any more comments about kind of emergency vehicle access? If not, I'm going to move to part 3.
So just so I'm clear then, Rob, with the proposal here in front of us, they're not looking to make any changes to the road width to address some of the chief's concerns. Is that correct?
That is correct. They're not Lincoln Street that has some narrower sections. They're not going down towards 85 and increasing the width of the street, the length of Lincoln Street. They're adding a cul-de-sac, making the cul-de-sac to improve the overall safety of the street and allow turnaround, and there's a lot of benefits there just for delivery trucks.
I understand that. I was specifically speaking to the width of the road.
Yep. No. I think the answer is no. All right. So we had an opportunity to go on a site walk, and this part 3 is about any historic or natural features of the property. I don't know that there's any. I guess I'll open up to comments or questions. I don't have any comments myself.
Through the chair.
Yes, go ahead, Mary.
I would just like to say that I think the development has been really careful about trying to preserve the open space, trails, and so on. And I just encourage them to continue, along those lines as they're developing the plan more fully for the next stage. So I think they've done a good job.
I agree. Anyone else have any comments?
I do. I don't know if this is the right place to put it in, Rob, but when we were doing the site walk, we came across a lot of old farm stones walls.
Yep.
And we asked if the developer could repurpose those in the new houses, and he seemed that would be something that he could do. So I'm just wondering if this could be mentioned in some of the conditions that those be repurposed. I think that they are part of the the antique features in those areas.
So I think this has come up before in the planning board that we don't have any ability, like a stone wall running through somebody's property is not historic by itself. We can recommend reusage. I don't know that we can force kind of that it's a historic feature. I think we've been told or determined that it isn't, but we can recommend. I'm sure we could recommend and suggest.
Fine.
All right, I'm gonna go. So part 4 is related to historic structures. On the site walk, I did not see any historic structures. I don't think there's much to discuss there, unless anyone has any comments.
Other than the walls.
Other than the.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right, I'm going to move to part C from section 5.3 of our outline.
So to the chair, Rob, one thing, and I just can't get off it. I'm sorry, on number 2 with the width of the road. In some cases, Chief Sleeman recommends 20 feet, and we're looking here at a number of individual homes on Lincoln that you're looking at less than, 60, 70% of that. And in one case, it's 50%, right? 10 feet, that's barely a car and maybe a car and a half. So I do think that there'd be an opportunity, just from a safety perspective, to widen that road to if not to be up to code, to be pretty close to it. I know that in past developments, either Chamberlain, Wayland, I know that the chairman mentioned that, or other ones, we pretty much do like to see, where possible, to be up to code from a safety perspective. So that's, something that, and I don't know if it be through yourself or through the applicant themselves, as to the rationale in terms of why not widen the road for safety purposes.
I can respond if you'd like, Mr. Chairman.
Yeah, Courtney, please.
I appreciate that. When you speak of Wayland and Chamberlain, I think we keep hearing the words developer, and a developer did create that project. I'd like to gently remind the planning board that we're not developers. We are simply residents that live here, my husband and I, and we felt as though we had an opportunity to take this piece of land, which we abut, and improve it, because there are some pieces of it that we felt we could make safer. this road, no one in Hopkinton has found it necessary to improve it until now. So we have had emergency vehicles come here, and they do the best they can. And if we chose not to proceed with this proposal or this plan, we all would have moved forward, living our lives the way we have up until now. So we don't feel as though our proposal warrants fixing the entire road. The way the road has been built up until now has been functioning as quote unquote just fine for the town so far. So although it would be nice and we would love to have the money to do that, it's just not something we can possibly do with this plan. So we would love to have the road widened, but it's not something we can incorporate in this proposal. And that's the reason why.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chair?
Go ahead, Gary.
I just 2 points. And one, I would challenge Ms. Lucier on that statement because she is acting as a developer in this situation. So I understand that you're a homeowner that lives on the street, but maybe that's just a technicality, but at the end of the day, you're functioning as a developer in this situation. The other thing I'd say, as I mentioned, I was kind of on the fence on this one before, as I think about it more, at the end of the day, we're still looking, regardless of what's allowable and what's not by our bylaws, we're still looking at a really long cul-de-sac street. And I think that regardless of, again, what's permissible and what's not, we know that a dead-end street this long introduces some safety risk, and that by widening the road, that actually reduces some of those safety considerations. So I hear you that adding 4 houses maybe doesn't have a substantial impact, but if we're adding 4 houses and another couple hundred feet of road, to me that extra couple hundred feet of road just compounds that along with the narrow street. And personally, as we've done in other developments, as I think about it, I give some really good hard thought. I think that, I guess I'd like to see the existing Lincoln Street widened, maybe not to 20 feet, but at least the narrower portions maybe to 18 feet or so. Sorry, it's getting late. I have a hard time speaking.
So I don't see John. John, are you on the in the meeting?
He's here.
Oh, there you are.
Me, John?
Yep, you.
Yes,
You moved.
I'm
Your video moved to a different spot. Just to kind of, for the sake of kind of trying to work through this application, I don't want to duplicate what would be in a concept plan and a special permit for a concept plan versus a definitive subdivision plan. So if that is, I guess I'm looking for some guidance of, is that something that would be discussed in this definitive subdivision plan? And if it is it relevant now?
So if it's something that needs to be answered in order for the board to be satisfied with the decision criteria of the special permit, it's relevant now, whether it is going to be covered in the subdivision process or not. I think that's kind of the one guiding factor that needs to be thought about. If it's something that pertains to both, it needs to be discussed now because it obviously pertains to the special permit as well.
Okay. So to summarize, there's some desire for the narrower sections of the road of Lincoln Street to be widened. So let's move on to the next section of the bylaws, 210-113 Part B. Can we do that?
Mr. Chair, just to not leave that one piece unanswered, I don't think the applicants are proposing to widen Lincoln Street. And while that might be something the board wants, it's not before the board, just like I hesitate to bring it up, but the through street discussion, that's not what's before the board, and it's not necessarily something that needs to be discussed. So while it's something that may be desirable, that's not what is being proposed, and the board should really be looking at what's being proposed and how what's being proposed conforms to the decision criteria.
Okay.
So, sorry, through the chair, can I ask a question of John? So would it not be appropriate to consider an existing, a proposed condition with regards to widening the existing portion of Lincoln Street to a minimum width?
Like I say in everything, you can condition whatever you want, but whether it's going to hold up is a different thing. And I think this relates to what we were talking about earlier tonight with the scenic road permit, where you can condition the sidewalk extending all the way down to Roosevelt Farms, but that's not what's really being proposed, and that's not part of the project. They are proposing to extend Lincoln Street for the however many so feet and make a cul-de-sac. They are not proposing to widen Lincoln Street. So you can condition that they widen Lincoln Street, but that's not necessarily part of the proposal.
Okay, thank you.
All right, so let's move on to the next kind of bylaw criteria, 210-113 Part B. Can we get that on the screen, John?
And sorry, Mr. Chair, I think Jane has her hand raised as well.
Jane, go ahead.
No.
No.
Didn't I take it down? I'm sorry, that was from the previous Stonewall conversation, if it's still up there. No, I don't have
All
it
right,
up.
It's gone now.
Let's try to work our way through these as quickly as possible. So part one, areas to remain as naturally existing woods, fields, meadows, and wetlands shall be maintained and may be improved in accordance with good conservation practices. And for the sake of speed, if anyone has a comment, please I'll pause for a couple 5 seconds or so after reading each one and just jump in with your comments. Part two, common open space shall be planned as large contiguous units wherever possible. Strips of narrow parcels of common open space shall be permitted only when necessary for access or as vegetated buffers along the site's perimeter. Common open space may be in more than one parcel, provided that the size, shape, and location of such parcels are suitable for the designated uses. So part four here, no more than 20% of the common open space shall be covered by man-made impervious surfaces. Part five, common open space may be used for active and passive recreation, conservation, forestry, agricultural, natural buffers, structures necessary for approved uses, utilities and other facilities necessary for the convenience and enjoyment of the residents, subject to approval by the planning board. So part six, if detention and or retention ponds is necessary for the construction of the improvements shown in the subdivision plan, such detention and or retention ponds shall be located within the common open space shown on such plan. The planning board may waive this requirement if the board finds the integrity and significance of the open space and the benefit of the open space to the town are not compromised. I think I can. In no case, however, shall permanent clearing for drainage improvements or utilities, including detention and or retention ponds, exceed 5% of any common open space parcel.
Through the chair, question?
Yep, Fran, go ahead. Yep.
So maybe this is directed back to Joe and the applicant, but just to confirm, the total proposal is 18.7 acres, 9.36 of that is designated for open space. And then my question is, of that 9.36 acres for open space, what percentage of that is wet? Is wetland?
Excuse me while I reach for my calculator. We are at the requirement, 50% of the site will be open.
Yep.
And approximately 30% of that open space is wetlands. So well below the 50% maximum.
Thank you.
Also, Fran, there's open space calculations on that plan near the bottom right.
Ooh, on C.
Okay, on C, yeah,
Thank you, Mary.
the original one, the 1013.
Can we go to the next section, 210-113C? All right, buffer areas. There shall be a buffer at the perimeter of the site consisting of trees, shrubs, vegetation, and topographic features sufficient to separate and or screen the development from abutting properties. The buffer shall be no less than 100 feet in width. The buffer shall be considered common open space. Upon a finding by the planning board that a buffer of lesser width would be sufficient to screen or separate the development from adjacent property or would allow a historic structure to be reserved, the buffer may be reduced. If, however, the perimeter of the site abuts a business, downtown business, rural business, and or industrial A or industrial B zoning district, the planning board may require the buffer area abutting one of those districts to be greater than 100 feet to ensure adequate separation and or screening from abutting commercial zoning districts. So there's a requested waiver for the buffer of less than 100 feet. Do you guys want to talk about it now, or do you want to talk? I think it may be appropriate to wait till we actually are prepared to vote on the buffer, unless people have comments now. All right, I'm gonna keep on going. The board may require no-cut easements, conservation restrictions, the like, where the buffer requirement has been reduced. These easements and restrictions shall be on private property, shall not be considered a buffer, and shall not be included in common open space calculations. Retention and detention ponds may be permitted in the buffer area upon approval of the planning board. Structures shall not be permitted in the buffer area. Buffer areas shall remain substantially in their current natural state, provided, however, that such areas may include new trails and trailhead parking areas as may be required by the planning board. And so to go back to our outline, part E, the last part, the decision criteria is the parcel could be developed as a conventional subdivision under existing local, state, and federal land use regulations. So in our packet of material, there is a conventional subdivision plan. That plan shows 9 homes, whereas the plan, this open space subdivision concept shows 8 home lots. So it's a less dense development in the number of homes that will be there. So I think we should jump right to the waivers requested, unless there's anyone else wants to alter, has any comments on my prioritization here. So there's 2 requested waivers. One is to provide a buffer width of less than 100 feet. And the second is allowing for street centerline jogs of less than 125 feet. And I think this is John's comment. This requirement is not needed in this step, as it will be addressed in this definitive subdivision review as long as the special permit is approved. So the only part of the special permit waiver process we need to discuss or consider is to provide a buffer width of less than 100 feet. And I'm going to ask for some input from, I think, Joe, Mr. Markwood, on you, but looking at the concept plans. So you had your traditional concept plan where there was a buffer of 100 feet in that plan, but it had a higher housing density. It had 9 homes versus 8. It didn't have the benefits of open space, whereas the open space concept plan does encroach. I don't know how many feet it encroaches, how many feet it's reduced from 100, but it does encroach on that 100 feet. And can you just go over, kind of give a little overview of what the situation is and why the waiver is requested?
Sure, I'd be glad to. I think the best way to summarize it is we were trying to take advantage of, or trying to fall in line, I guess would be a better way to put it, with 210.113B2, where common open space shall be planned as large contiguous units wherever possible. So we looked at the site, and northerly is the Sudbury River, which is a real amenity to the site and to the project. And then at the opposite side, the southerly end, was that large piece heading back towards Cedar Street Extension. They had real value. There's a high point up there, right about where John has the cursor now, that allows some limited view, and it's an attractive piece of the property. The trails exist there. They can be more easily connected than some other spots. So we were moving through this. We said, let us provide the 100-foot where we can, but this site lends itself to large parcels that we keep natural. The use is passive or active recreation, but we really hope for conservation other than the trails. So this one said to me, large pieces, large chunks of open space set aside perpetuity were, I guess, better choice than the 100-foot. We worked to get there. We're at 80 to 85, I think 78 against Courtney and Kyle, 100 against Mr. Franza and the Miller family. The Pappas is significantly less, but that gave us access to residents that were going to be along Cedar Street Extension, wanted to come up from the town of Southborough, walk through this area. So that was the motivation. It was more how to best use our assets, and those were the large pieces. We put the plan together. We said, okay, now we need to talk to the group about the width of those areas that we have set aside as open space, and with the discretion that the bylaw allows the board, we thought that this was the best way to go.
Okay, thanks, Joe. Let me just ask one question, John. If we approve this requested waiver on the concept plan, how does that impact the definitive subdivision plan? Because there's obviously a concept, and I don't know what the exact buffer width is. Joe, if you have that number, that would, I think, help. But approving a waiver doesn't, I think, to all the members of the board, doesn't mean it automatically goes to like 5 feet or 2 feet. I think people think of a slight reduction a lot differently than they think of a big reduction.
So the approval of the waiver would be whatever is shown on the plan or whatever is stated by the board. So it wouldn't just be, the board wouldn't generally just grant a blank waiver for buffer width.
Okay.
It would be, the waiver would be in this location or as shown on plans, and then in this location of X feet. There'd be some defining details to it, so that's not just kind of carte blanche.
Okay. So, Joe, do you have the distance? I think it's on, in this version, it's house lot number 3, or the third one from the left off of the new street.
Oh, against the Pappas property?
Is that where,
back to,
where's the 100-foot, where does the 100-foot, can you just go over for the board where the 100-foot buffer is less than 100 feet?
right there at the Pappas property, at the top of the screen now, at the back of our proposed lots 1 and 2, that width is 10 feet.
Okay.
There are other sections of the plan you'd like to move through, or was that the focus?
I'd like to open it if there's any questions from the members of the board.
Mr. Chair, I just have a quick comment and a question. Number one, just a time check. It's almost 10:30 and we do have one more hearing to get through. So might just be worth giving some thought as to where we pause on this one. And secondly, just to clarify for Mr. Markinaut, so what would the repercussions be of increasing that buffer zone? What would the repercussions of that be again? I think you already stated it, but I just want to hear it again.
I'm sorry, at the area that we're focusing on?
Yes.
Foot wide strip?
Yes.
Yeah, so whatever came out of those house lots could be dedicated to open space. We have a fixed boundary line at number 54 Cedar Street Extension. That is not our property. That is separate from the project. That is an individual lot owner.
Okay.
Rob, through the chair.
Yep, Fran, go ahead.
I think there's a number of places on the proposed map that I'm looking at that are less than 100 feet. Mr. Markinaut talked about a couple of them, but even when I scroll down below to, correct me if I'm wrong, Joe, looks like house number 8 and 5 also have less than 100 feet that's being proposed, right? Am I reading that correctly? Round 5 is like 80 feet, and then lot 8 has tiny 78 feet. So I'd just like to maybe just look at it not just in totality, but individual parcels, because the requested waiver would vary depending on the lot and the location. So and I think there's a number of places that it's less than 100 feet that we'd be looking to waive. So I just might be good to kind of break those out individually. Just a thought.
Mr. Chair, I propose that this is a good stopping place, that we take it back up in the next hearing with the buffers and talk about those, because I think that that's perhaps a longer discussion than we have time for tonight.
I agree, Mary.
Unfortunately, I was hoping we would get through this in totality this evening, but it is not trending that way with another hearing still forthcoming. Besides being disappointed, I have to ask the applicant if we can push this to our next meeting.
Do I have a choice?
John, what's that?
Do we have a choice? If that's what it is, that's what it is. But I guess I would agree that we are disappointed. This is we were hoping for more tonight. But is it possible to maybe put us in the beginning of the next meeting so we get maybe more time, like the first item on the agenda this evening?
John, do you have our calendar readily available?
So
yes, I do. So the next meeting is the 30th, but that is an administrative meeting. And then the meeting after that is December 7th.
And do we have room in that agenda to slot this public hearing or this special permit?
I believe so. we'll have some new hearings, but that'll be the first time that we are introduced to them. So this would be the depending on how the next hearing on this agenda works out, this may be the only continued hearing.
Yeah, I think.
Do I need to take a? Go ahead, Gary.
No, I was just going to support that. I think we owe it to them to put it first. We do have 4 other new hearings that night, but I think we can put it first, and then hopefully we can push to reach a vote at the next meeting.
Do I need to call for a vote to continue it to the December 7th?
Yes.
So I'd like to entertain a motion to continue the Lincoln Street, Cedar Street Extension project to December 7th.
So moved.
And decision date?
I don't
The decision
know.
date is 90 days after the end of public hearing. Doesn't need to be continued.
Yep. So I have Gary move the motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Thanks, Deb. Roll call vote. Gary?
Trendle, yes.
Muriel? She abstained. Fran?
Randy Young, yes.
Mary Larson Marlowe?
Mary Larson Marlowe, yes.
Deb?
Deborah Feinberg, yes.
Sundar?
Sundar Simaraman, yes.
Dave?
Dave Paul, yes.
And Jane?
Jane Moran, yes.
So it's continued to our next meeting on December 7th. I think we're all, we're hoping to get through this tonight, but apologize we could not get through to the applicant. So we will revisit it on the 7th.
Okay. Our last hearing of the night, Chester Street. Is Mr. McDonald on? And there they are. Joe's on. Joe's still on as well. So really quickly, and I'll try to keep this as efficient as I can. I think we had a very valuable site walk back on the 24th. I do want to, and I think that was really helpful for us. And candidly, I think some of the other hearings we've had have also should help us as we work through the challenges associated with this one. What I'd like to do is, again, very quickly hit on some of the detailed discussion items. And what I'm going to ask here is that, you know, I don't think there's an obligation, there's not an obligation to talk about all of them. And I think this is hopefully relatively straightforward. So I'm going to just kind of quickly go through some of these, and I'll pause and see if folks have other thoughts. So on 5.1, vehicle and pedestrian traffic flow, emergency vehicle access. To me, this is a street extension with a potential for 2 lots. Do people have questions or comments specific to that topic?
Through you, Mr. Chair, to me, that's the biggest question back in there, as far as safety, access, and just shielding the most direct abutter that will receive all the lights and any traffic that comes down. But really, it is access onto the street is the biggest issue for me, particularly for emergency vehicles. Obviously, I don't think we need the traffic is not going to be extreme, but it's very clear to me that it's a challenging little spot.
Yeah, and I think just to echo that, my other concern is just the width of it. I know that the safety officials have said that they had some concerns with the width of that street. The challenge, of course, is that there's some abutters that are directly impacted by it being wider. You know, I guess, so any thoughts on, and I guess I'm just asking I'll ask the applicant if they have any thoughts on how it could be improved to better meet the safety expectations, in particular for emergency vehicle access. I realize it's just 2 houses, but we care about those 2 houses as well.
Yes, I spoke to Chief Slam, and him and I spoke, and we're going to be putting a fire suppression system in the house itself, and that will, really help on the fire end of it.
Okay. Chief Slamon, I see you've turned on your video. I assume that means you have some comments, and nice haircut, by the way, too.
Sure. I think this is the perfect application when you're talking about this driveway and whether it needs to be a road or not. And their intentions are only to have 1 to 2 lots on it. And with the roads and whether we counter that with a fire sprinkler protection system is the whole point of the demonstration I did last year. I think it's a great topic. I think this is a good application for it. They're coincidentally on this long, whether it passes zoning or not, it's still a dead-end road, no matter what anybody wants to say to me, and they're on it, and this is a great solution if we're having trouble getting in there. So I hope this meets people's intent. I think it would be a great, the homeowner, we just talked about it. It's kind of his choice, whether you have a road that's wide enough or not, or this is a great alternative. So thank you for the opportunity.
So just to confirm, Chief, you're comfortable with this roadway design if the houses that would be built on it are sprinklered?
Yeah, and that's an operational piece that Joe's able to demonstrate that I can still get access. And the whole piece of the protection system is the homeowner will be able to safely get out of the house. That's the primary purpose. And it will keep the fire much smaller for my crews to go in, so that once I put a supply line down, that's what requires the extra width, so I can get more equipment in, because there aren't these protection systems in there. So I try to do that in 30 seconds.
Okay. And again, I think the one challenge here is that we're reviewing the petition for the street construction, not for the lot itself. So again, that's where I get a little uncomfortable about this, is that we don't have any way to enforce this, and we're effectively kind of relying on I don't know. And John and I have talked at length about this. I don't think there is a way we condition this, so there's a little bit of risk here. And again, I'm not so concerned about it with Mr. McDonald, but for whatever happens in the future, I just want to make it clear to folks that we don't have a means of requiring a sprinkler system if it was built, if the house was built in the future.
Mr. Chair, just one point about that. Chief Simon and I have reached out to town council to try and talk about the possibilities to include this as a special permit in the future as a condition. Have not heard back from them yet, so we're still waiting on that. But the other option is to include this as a finding, make a statement such that the board understands that the applicant will put in a fire suppression system, et cetera, et cetera.
Through you, Mr. Chair, is it also, I was thinking the same thing, and to acknowledge that the applicant represents that they intend at most 2 house lots and are intending to put in fire suppression in those houses.
Yeah, that's a good catch. That's a good, well said. Just making some notes here.
So through the chair, so there won't be any hammerhead or any means of turning around on this road because of the fire suppression. Can you explain that to me? So you can get a truck, you'll back a truck in and you'll back a truck out, or you pull out straight, and that is okay with you because of the layout of the street prior to this new addition of Chester Street?
Yeah, Joe was going to take a look at what he could accomplish if there was room to have any type of hammerhead in there. And if not, it's still a really good alternative But I'm going to let Joe finish because I didn't hear where it's their proposal, not mine.
No, there are no provisions beyond what you see on the plan. The thought was originally, could there be a turnaround, but the impacts are too dramatic to both Sean's home and the potential lot on the other side of the street for another family member. Given the fact that an awful lot of the site is now devoted to stormwater, we felt it best to stick with the design that you have in front of you.
Thank you.
All right, any other comments on emergency vehicle access?
So the only thing I want to ask is that almost the way that the, and I can't remember the name of the outside road, is constructed, it actually could serve as a hammerhead for the end of that roadway, right? I mean, you are able to turn around using the existing road. Is that right, Chief?
I think I follow you. Out on the part of Hillcrest that loops around.
Yes.
Yeah, and it wasn't that long what he's talking about to service two houses. So that's a judgment I just got to try to make.
Yeah.
So yeah, I think at the end of it, I'm good with it. I can share that with you. I think having the fire protection system in there and only needing to back out onto the ambulance will be able to utilize the driveway like a normal vehicle. So it's just the fire truck, and whether I need the ladder truck in there, I can argue that if the fire protection system works as designed, it should make it so that I don't even need the ladder truck in there.
Okay. Thanks, Chief. All right. Stormwater management, and I know that in the previous hearing, Mr. Markadant hit on some highlights there. Are there any questions or comments with regards to stormwater management on the site?
Through the chair.
Yes, Mary.
There's in a abutter right at the right-hand side, small house, just as you're entering the street. Quite a lot of water coming off the street onto her lot, as my recollection from the site walk. And you know, there was some discussion around, you know, what can be done for that, you know, when the new street is put in. And I was wondering if that, you know, if you have anything on the plans currently to mitigate runoff into her lot. It is not that you would be causing any of it, but it could cause additional, you know, changes to her lot. And, you know, so it's you don't, yeah, you can't see my cursor. I'm circling her. So that doesn't mean anything to you guys. Yeah, there you go. John read my mind. So anyhow, if it's possible to have just a little bit of asphalt curb kind of curve into her driveway or something like that.
Mr. Chairman, if I may?
Yes, go ahead, Joe.
At the Mooney home, we spoke with Ms. Mooney during the site walk, and Sean has followed up with her a couple of times. What we're proposing is to take that curb line, which we had stopped at the end of her driveway, and extend that up at an angle, a 45-degree angle, if you will, to meet her existing concrete sidewalk, to her home, and then back that up with loom. So whatever flows down Hillcrest will continue on into the system and won't end up in her front yard.
Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Joe.
Through the chair here.
Yes, Fran.
Mr. Chairman, Joe, on the northerly side, you abut with EMC. And it looks like there's a gradual decline, elevation decline as it goes to the end of the property line. Is there any plan or has there been any discussion in terms of how to manage any stormwater runoff from the applicant's property onto the abutter's property there?
The EMC property?
EMC property, yeah, or is it
Right.
just all, yeah,
Yeah, that is all EMC to the east and to the north
Yeah.
of our site. We are curbing both sides of Chester Street Extension, placing some fill on the northwest side of the roadway to guide that water into the stormwater system, the forebay, the overflow, and then the infiltration basin, which will then release out the northeast corner. So our stormwater is set up to handle the flows. So we should not see impacts to the EMC property.
thank you.
Okay. Moving forward, utilities. And this is both water and sewer.
Correct, municipal water, municipal sewer.
Any questions about utilities? And I guess actually there was one comment, and I'm drawing a blank on, I don't have it in front of me, but there's a question about the utility pole that had come in.
Yeah, the expectation was we would carry Hillcrest, that westerly sideline of Hillcrest, straight on through. The sidewalk, I think we guesstimated that the distance off the pole would be 3.5 to 4 feet. So the pole should remain untouched.
Mr. Trendle, if I may, I'm a resident of 56 Hillcrest Drive. My name is Doug Herbst.
Yes, go ahead, Doug.
Hi, that was my question. And I met with Mr. McDonald recently as he's a neighbor of mine. We spoke about the pole and he resolved my question.
Okay.
Thank you.
Appreciate you calling in. Thank you. Any other questions or comments with regards to utilities?
Mr. Chair, I just can't remember if it was underground or above ground, the utilities, the electrical.
Underground.
Underground, thank you.
Okay. I don't think there's a lot to talk about an impact on schools, municipal services, or neighboring residential properties. And then topics not covered above. Is there anything else that people, any questions or comments that people have? Okay, so let's go ahead and keep moving forward. We do have a handful of waivers here, and this will take a little bit of time just because these are roll call votes. Is everybody okay moving forward with these waiver votes?
I say press, Gary.
Okay. All right. So we'll start with section 5.4 environmental analysis. And again, we've seen a lot of these in some similar hearings, but I will entertain a motion to grant a waiver to section 5.4 environmental analysis.
So moved.
Seconded.
Okay. Any discussion?
Discussion point?
Go ahead,
Mr.
Fran.
Chair? Is it a function of, because it's a single proposed lot being built, that there's no environmental analysis being done or being waived or asked to be waived?
Effectively, yes. And I think this is one that for these small types of proposals that we typically don't require the environmental analysis.
Just looking for my own clarification, edification. Thank you.
Yep. All right. No for any. Sorry, Deb. Did you have something?
No, I was just brushing my
Sorry.
hair.
All right. So no further discussion. We'll move to a vote. Rob.
Rob Benson, yes.
Muriel.
Muriel Kramer, yes.
Jane.
Jane Moran, yes.
Dave.
Dave Paul, yes.
Mary.
Mary Larson Marlowe, yes.
Deb.
Deborah Feinberg, yes.
Sundar.
Sundar Simaraman, yes.
And Fran.
Fran Dion, yes.
And Gary Trendle's a yes. Section 5.4 traffic impact report. No traffic report submitted. And again, this is one, possibly two houses. So I'll entertain a motion to grant a waiver to section 5.4.
Rob Benson, so moved.
Deborah Feinberg.
Sorry.
Right. And I'm going to assume there's no discussion. So stop me if I'm wrong. We'll move to a vote. Rob.
Rob Benson, yes.
Muriel.
Muriel Kramer, yes.
Jane.
Jane Moran, yes.
Dave.
Dave Paul, yes.
Mary.
Mary Larson Model, yes.
Deb,
Deborah Feinberg, yes.
Sundar,
Sundar Sivaraman, yes.
Fran,
Fran Dion, yes.
and Gary Trendle's a yes. Section 5.4.1 in, none submitted on the cross sections at 50-foot intervals. And again, I think this is one that we are willing to waive, particularly on some of these smaller developments. So I will entertain a motion to grant a waiver to section 5.4.1 dot in.
So moved.
Second.
And assuming no discussion, we'll take a vote. Rob,
Rob Benson, yes.
Muriel,
Muriel Kramer, yes.
Jane,
Jane Moran, yes.
Dave,
Dave Paul, yes.
Mary,
Mary Larson Model, yes.
Deb,
Deborah Feinberg, yes.
Sundar,
Sundar Sivaraman, yes.
and Fran.
Fran Dion, yes.
And Gary Trendle is a yes. Section 8.2.1. I will entertain a motion to grant a waiver to section 8.2.1 locations and alignments on all subsections as shown on project plans.
Rob Benson, so moved.
Deborah Feinberg, second.
Thank you both. If there's no discussion, we'll vote. Rob,
Rob Benson, yes.
Muriel,
Muriel Kramer, yes.
Jane,
Jane Moran, yes.
Dave,
Dave Paul, yes.
Mary,
Mary Larson Model, yes.
Deb,
Deborah Feinberg, yes.
Sundar,
Sundar Sivaraman, yes.
Fran,
Fran Dion, yes.
and Gary Trendle is a yes. Section 8.2.2, and Joe, I thought I just heard you say that you were going to continue curbing down the street in some capacity.
Yes, we are.
Okay, so we can remove that waiver request?
Yes, you can. It's an oversight on my part. I apologize.
Okay, one less we have to vote on. Section 8.2.3, the width of street right-of-way pavement width. So it's a 25-foot right-of-way and a 12-foot paved travel way. I think we've talked a reasonable amount about this, but I think this one does get a little trickier. So I just want to see if people have questions or comments before we take a vote. Deb, go
I
ahead.
have just further clarification, just because I'm not as familiar with the plan as I probably should be. So the existing road is 12 foot going into this 12-foot road. Is that the case?
No.
What is the existing road?
It varies, but generally 16 to 18 foot wide.
And I guess my next question would kind of lead to Officer Slayman. Is 12 foot enough for him to get trucks down? We've waived. We understand that the street is the way he's going to be backing up, but is 12 foot as easy for a truck to back down as, say, 16 feet? Is he on? Is he still on?
He is on, and I won't speak for him, but Chief, do you want to comment?
Yeah, I mean, it would be better to back up and have 16 feet, but I think my best analogy for you is this becomes like a common driveway scenario, and the way my driveway bylaws written, I just asked Joe to match that. So it's 12 foot of pavement, and then it's 2 foot of shoulder on each side. So there is a structural component of 16 feet that's there. That's the driveway bylaw. So I would have that as the minimum to get the 12 feet. And I think the mitigation of the home sprinkler system makes it work for me.
Thanks, Chief.
So through you, Mr. Chair, this is where we would have a specific finding to establish why we allowed this waiver.
Agreed.
Yes.
I have one more question too, related to the same thing. And that has to do with the curbing, essentially where the two streets meet, Hillcrest and Chester Street, right? So you have curbing, and you have curbing, potentially curving around into the sidewalk on the Mooney property. But when someone is driving down Hillcrest toward Chester Street, and if they were to drive straight, they will hit the curb. Am I not right? Because when we were there, there's a jog inward of probably 3 feet or so, right? And I'm thinking snowplows in particular.
Good catch, Mary. Wow. That was good.
Thank you. But, Joe, can you help us through that?
Yeah, there will be a jog in the pavement. We see that as a traffic calming issue. We don't, quite frankly, want to encourage a lot of folks to use Chester Street Extension, to explore Chester Street Extension. That is Sean's home. So we set up the width of the access road appropriate for the use, the 2 homes. I don't imagine it's foolproof with regard to snowplows and curbing. Sean is assigned that section of town as the snowplow removal person. So this is Sean's neighborhood. He'll be the guy plowing, at least in the short term.
He'll know the curb is there.
So yeah, that is my only concern. And it just seemed, and when we were at the site, and I stepped back in Hillcrest and like tried to see, and the stake was right there. And it was like, that's like right in front of the cars that are coming down the street. If they're trying to maintain a, more or less 2-lane, I know it's pretty narrow there, but
yeah. To piggyback on Mary's, can you restate the need for the curb to be out that extension?
Or could you soften that curve more, so that
maybe angle it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's angled now so that it wasn't a 90-degree corner to meet the Mooney sidewalk.
Mm-hmm.
So it does angle now along the edge. What we did not want to do was to pave over the existing water service that's there. So we put a 45-degree angle in there to meet the Mooney sidewalk and handle that issue that was brought up earlier.
Is that reflected on these plans or is it not? Because I think these are the plans we received.
Yeah, it does not appear to be on this set.
Okay.
But just to clarify, it's just a 45-degree angle. It's not like it tapers into the narrower road. It's a 45 degrees is still relatively abrupt. So so Joe, what would the implications be of tapering that a little bit more? You just have to reconnect or you'd have to, I guess, do a little bit of additional work on the water main connection.
Yeah, it would be additional construction, prep that area, put down an appropriate surface underneath the asphalt, repave that, and then work that gate so that it comes up to grade level so that it's accessible in the future.
Yeah.
Not dramatic, no.
I mean, I guess to my take, I would agree that step, even with a 45-degree angle, just feels, for kind of the nature of the road in the neighborhood. I realize it's a little more work on the water main connection, but to me, that just feels a lot more natural and clean, in particular for the Moonies that are going to be having that right in front of them. I don't know if the applicant has any thoughts, but I personally would like to see that tapered a little bit more. I just think it's a cleaner design, and this is a street, not a driveway.
So I think just for clarification, I think what Gary is touching upon is not only the angle of the curb, but so the angle, and then also the angle in elevation as well. So as long as it's pulling the water to where it needs to go, so can it be a 30-degree angle from parallel, and then can it be a sort of an angled back curve so it goes into the contour of the land.
Yeah, so I'm not as concerned about the elevation angle. I'm just referring to the fact that it sort of flares a little bit more naturally into the narrower street. That's it.
Okay.
So I don't know. Is the applicant open to doing that?
Yes, I think I'm just trying to, I guess, quantify it so that as you move through it tonight, you can grasp what we're proposing, and then we all have some guidelines moving forward. So if we were to take the taper and bring that 30-degree angle back as far back as, say, the northerly boundary line of the Mooney property, so approximately 25 feet of the taper.
Yeah,
that'd be something the board could work with.
I think that would be a nice improvement for the existing street itself.
Yes, I think so too.
Okay. So, John, do we need to, is that something we would need to condition? Seems like a minor construction detail, but.
So it depends on how the board wants to proceed tonight. If the goal is to come to a decision tonight, then yes, it would likely need to be a condition saying the applicant will revise the plan as discussed, providing the revised tapering, curbing, I guess. If that's not the path, if the board is going to continue this hearing, then the applicant could just revise the plan and
yeah. Let me ask the applicant this, and I hate to do this because I think we're close, but it is 11:06, and I can keep powering through this if we want, but I'm wondering if you would be open to going second on the agenda on December 7th.
We really did not want to do that. How much time do you think we would have left to power through?
The problem is we just have a lot of things to vote on and conditions. So I'll keep going. I just wanted to throw that out there. I know this is a long day for all of us. So
I think
is the board open to continuing?
Gary, I am open.
Okay.
I could continue till 11:30. Yeah.
Okay.
I may not go for too long. I would another 10 minutes. I don't mind. Longer. I do have what I think most of us do, but yeah.
Yep. Okay. All right. So, all right. So then we're going to need to add a condition there to update the plans as discussed to allow for a tapered transition from the existing Hillcrest Drive street to Chester. All right. So on that note, I will entertain a motion to grant a waiver to section 8.2.3, the width of street right of way and the pavement width. And this is all assuming that we will have include a finding that references the rationale for granting this waiver. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. If there's no further discussion, we'll take a vote. Rob?
Rob Benson, yes.
Muriel?
Muriel Kramer, yes.
Jane?
Jane Moran, yes.
Dave?
Dave Paul, yes.
Mary?
Mary Larson Marlowe, yes.
Deb?
Deborah Feinberg, yes.
Sundar?
Sundar Sivaraman, yes.
Fran?
Fran Dion, yes.
And Gary Trenzel's a yes. Number 7, section 8.2, I'll do this since we've already talked about it. I will entertain a motion to grant a waiver to section 8.2.5 A, B, and C, dead end streets not having a turnaround.
Rob Benson, so moved.
Seconded.
All right.
Provided we have a finding on it, please.
Mm-hmm.
Agreed.
Okay.
I agree.
Yep. All right. So we'll take a vote. Rob,
Rob Benson, yes.
Muriel,
Muriel Kramer, yes.
Jane,
Jane Marin, yes.
Dave,
Dave Paul, yes.
Mary.
Mary
Mary,
Larson
you're
Marlowe,
mute.
yes.
Thanks, Mary. Deb,
Deborah, sorry, Deborah Feinberg, yes.
Sundar,
Sundar Subramanian, yes.
Fran,
Randy Young, yes.
and Gary Trendle is a yes. Section 8.3.1 to 8.3.4, I will entertain a motion to grant a waiver to section 8.3.1 and 3.3.4 as there is no sidewalk proposed.
So moved.
Second.
And no further discussion. We'll take a vote. Rob,
Rob Benson, yes.
Muriel,
Muriel Kramer, yes.
Jane,
Jane Marin, yes.
Dave,
Dave Paul, yes.
Mary,
Mary Larson Marlowe, yes.
Deb,
Feinberg, yes.
Sundar,
Sundar Subramanian, yes.
Fran,
Randy Young, yes.
and Gary Trendle is a yes. Section 8.4.4, comprehensive erosion and sediment control plan as shown on project plans. And sorry, Mr. Markinout, just to remind me again, because you have a stormwater plan, what is the rationale for not having an erosion and sediment control plan when you do in fact have a stormwater management plan?
We included it all on sheet 1 of the pack. It all fit. It seemed redundant to separate it out and put it on its own sheet.
Okay.
Give it the limited scope of the project.
Got it. So I appreciate that clarity. I will entertain a motion to grant a waiver to section 8.4.4 comprehensive erosion and sediment control plan as it is shown elsewhere in the project plan.
Sorry to be a pain in the butt, but does that warrant a finding as well? Just people might ask the same question you asked, Gary.
I'm less worried about that one because it's still the intent is still covered there. It's just combined with some different detail in the project plan.
Okay, I'm okay with it if you're okay with it.
I'm fine with it the way it is.
Okay.
Fine.
So sorry, did we have a motion in a second?
So
Second.
moved.
Oh, second.
Okay. No discussion. If there's no discussion, we'll move to a vote. Rob,
Rob Benson, yes.
Muriel,
Muriel Kramer, yes.
Jane,
Jane Marin, yes.
Dave,
Dave Paul, yes.
Mary,
Mary Larson Marlowe, yes.
Deb,
Feinberg, yes.
Sundar,
Sundar Subramanian, yes.
Fran,
Randy Young, yes.
and Gary Trendle is a yes. Don't you all miss when we could just yay or nay on this stuff?
We do miss it a little bit.
All right, I will entertain a motion to grant a waiver to section 9.12.4 street trees. And we've dealt with this one a lot before as there aren't any trees, existing trees that will be retained in the right of way. Is there a second?
Second.
All right, if there's no discussion, we'll take a vote. Rob,
Rob Benson, yes.
Muriel,
Muriel Kramer, yes.
Jane,
Jane Marin, yes.
Dave,
Dave Paul, yes.
Mary,
Mary Larson Marlowe, yes.
Deb,
Deborah Feinberg, yes.
Sundar,
Sundar Subramanian, yes.
Fran,
Randy Young, yes.
and Gary Trendle is a yes. Okay. Findings. So, our findings include that the proposed petition to construct a private road conforms to the Hopkinton subdivision regulations to the greatest extent practicable, with the exception of the waivers that we just discussed. The board also finds that finds to be to understand that the applicant intends to install fire suppression systems in all potential lots to be built off of Chester Street.
Yes.
The board also finds that the narrow road width is warranted given the existing definition of the street and its intended use.
Yes.
And the board also finds that no turnaround is required, given that the safety requirements have been, will be met per, oh, it's getting late.
By the combination of the sprinkler system and the turnaround, the hammerhead turnaround from the existing road.
Yes, so they wouldn't call it a hammerhead turnaround on the existing road.
So the board finds that the waiver in that big long list for dead-end streets and no turnaround is reasonable given the intended use for no more than 2 house lots, and the developer agrees to sprinkle both houses.
Well said, Muriel. Did you write that up ahead of time?
I did not. I am tired.
You're good.
Do you have
Okay.
that written down? Sorry, Mr. Chair. Do you have that written down, Muriel?
I don't. I'll send it to you.
All right, thank you.
Yep.
Okay, so, and does that capture, we've got the turnaround, we've got the road width, we've got the fire suppression, and we've got the intention for 2 lots.
Did
I
a
think
good
that's
job, Gary.
Okay, so I will entertain a motion I will entertain a motion for the findings as just discussed.
So moved.
Second.
Any further discussion? If not, we will take a vote on those findings. Rob?
Rob Benson, yes.
Muriel?
Carol Kramer, yes.
Jane?
Jane Moran, yes.
Dave?
Dave Paul, yes.
Mary?
Mary Larson Marlowe, yes.
Deb?
Deborah Feinberg, yes.
Sundar?
Sundar Subramanian, yes.
Fran?
Fran DeYoung, yes.
And Gary Trindle is a yes. Before we take a final vote, is there any final public comment? As there is none, I will entertain a motion to approve the petition to construct a private road for Chester Street with the conditions as read aloud previously.
So moved.
I said Chester Street, John.
I wanted to, I can wait for the discussion, but I wanted to add 3 different conditions.
Oh, my goodness, before we vote on that, I need to read the conditions, don't I?
Yes, you do.
Yes, you do.
I was just gonna say.
Oh, I thought we were close.
Do we,
You
need,
are. You are.
do we need to read them? They're pretty basic.
I've been instructed that I do need to read them,
Let's read them.
so they're part of the public record.
Yeah.
I will read fast.
There's only 13.
Number 1, a town clerk certified version of the decision shall be recorded at the Middlesex County Registry of Deeds prior to the issuance of a building permit for the work that is subject to this decision. Number 2, the Director of Municipal Inspections inspects projects under construction for compliance with the approved decision. This includes the driveway, roadway, and infrastructure construction shown on the plan. If the Director of Municipal Inspections determines at any time before or during construction that a registered professional engineer or other such outside professional is required to assist with the inspection of the storm water management system or any other component of the special permit, the applicant shall be responsible for the cost of those inspections. 3, all construction activities shall adhere to applicable local, state, and federal laws and regulations regarding noise, vibration, dust, sediment, and the use of interference with or blocking of town roads. 4, the applicant shall be responsible for mitigating all construction-related impacts, including erosion, siltation, and dust control. The applicant shall maintain all portions of any public way used for construction access free of soil, mud, or debris deposited due to use by construction vehicles associated with the project, and shall regularly sweep such areas as directed by the Director of Municipal Inspections in consultation with the DPW Director. 5, the applicant shall regularly remove construction trash and debris from the site in accordance with good construction practice and the construction management plan. No tree stumps, demolition material, trash, or debris shall be burned or buried on the site. 6, a completed signed construction management plan shall be submitted to the planning board prior to the commencement of any site work. The applicant shall also submit a revised full site plan set, which incorporates all the modifications made during the public hearing process and any required in this decision. 7, erosion and sedimentation control measures shall be implemented during the construction period in accordance with the approved plan and the construction management plan. If they are found to be inadequate, the applicant shall immediately correct any deficiencies. 8, the planning board shall receive a signed off confirmation the site contractor and any major subcontractors have received the construction management plan prior to the commencement of any site work. 9, construction may occur only between the hours of 7 a.m. and 7 p.m. Monday through Friday and Saturdays between 8 a.m. and 4 p.m. pursuant to Chapter 141, Article 1, Article I, of the Town of Hopkinton General Bylaws. 10, no building permits may be issued on the one building lot to be served by this road shown on the plan until the construction of ways and installation of municipal services is secured by a performance guarantee. In order to establish the amount of the performance guarantee, the applicant shall submit to the board a professional estimate of the cost of the town to complete all work approved by the plan and remaining at the time a cost estimate is submitted. Instructions as to the preparation of the estimate and its content are contained in section 7.6 of the subdivision regulations. The amount of the performance guarantee shall be approved by the board and the guarantee shall be provided to the town prior to the issuance of the building permits. 11, a street acceptance plan which conforms to the requirements in section 11 of the subdivision regulations shall be submitted to the planning board upon completion of construction. 12, each lot shall be assigned a street number by the Director of Municipal Inspections, and such number shall be noted on the approval not required plan prior to endorsement. 13, the applicant developer shall provide the principal planner with a project point of contact and contact information prior to the issuance of a building permit. The point of contact information shall be kept current through correspondence to the principal planner until the final certificate of occupancy is issued or construction is otherwise considered complete. Number 14, the applicant shall update plans as described to include a taper at the intersection of Hillcrest and Chester over approximately 25 feet. And Mr. Gelsich, you had a few more.
So there were 3 other suggested conditions from the beta letter. The first one is stormwater number 6. And that is for the town or an agent of the town to observe the excavation of the infiltration basin prior to loam and seed and to verify design assumptions, including groundwater elevations and infiltration rate. The applicant also proposed that a certified soil evaluator provide the necessary observation and we're not object to a permit condition requiring the same. So I can wordsmith that for the actual decision, but that is the crux of that one. The next one is, it's listed as SW1, but it's looks like it's between SW10 and SW11, and that is for a long-term operation and maintenance document as a standalone document to be provided. And the last one is SW13, and that is to provide an easement for an infiltration basin.
Okay. To the applicants, are all of those conditions as stated? Any objections to those?
No.
No.
Okay. All right. Members of the board, any other conditions or any of those that you want to ask questions about or discuss? Okay. On that, then I will entertain a motion to approve the petition to construct a private road for Chester Street with the conditions as previously read aloud by myself and principal planner, Mr. Gelsich.
So moved.
Second.
All right. Any further discussion? If not, we will vote. Rob?
Rob Benson, yes.
Muriel?
Muriel Kramer, yes.
Jane?
Jane Marin, yes.
Dave?
Dave Paul, yes.
Mary?
Mary Larson Marlowe, yes.
Deb?
Deborah Feinberg, yes.
Sundar?
Sundar Subramanian, yes.
And Fran?
Fran Dion, yes.
And Gary Trindle is a yes. All right. John, can I close the hearing? I'll entertain a motion to close the hearing for the construction of Chester Street.
So moved.
Second.
No, if there's no discussion, we'll take a vote. Rob?
Rob Benson, yes.
Muriel?
Muriel Kramer, yes.
Jane?
Jane Marin, yes.
Dave?
Dave Paul, yes.
Mary?
Mary Larson Marlowe, yes.
Deb?
Deborah Feinberg, yes.
Sundar?
Sundar Subramanian, yes.
Fran?
Fran Dion, yes.
And Gary Trindle is a yes. Okay. thank you to the applicants, and really quickly before so I'm actually going to hold on those meeting approvals. Let's do those on November 3rd. That's an administrative meeting anyways.
Makes sense.
And I do and then two quick things. We are going to add a meeting in December. I know that's going to be a bit painful, but we have a lot of hearings coming, and I know that it's almost 11:30 at night. So stay tuned for more.
So
Lastly,
we're gonna
go ahead.
celebrate Christmas together.
No, we're not. We're going to add a midweek hearing.
Okay.
Sounds like a
And
plan.
there's literally, I think, one date that I think that works, but we can go ahead and cover off on details. And then lastly, before we adjourn, I just, number one, want to thank John and Stephanie in particular, and candidly all of us for getting through this tonight. I know it was a long night, but I'm glad to get some of these off, and I'm also really happy that we were able to close out Leonard Street before we got to Chester Street. So,
so through the chair, I just want to ask something. So is there any way we can do a time box of these meetings? I mean, I know this probably is not the norm, but I'm just curious if 10:30 or 11 could be a limit that we set, or is that not permitted by the rules?
We're going to talk about that on the 30th, because I think that we owe it to the applicants, and we owe it to ourselves to figure out how we can do this a little bit more efficiently. I actually think we were fairly good tonight, but we're going to talk more about that, because it's not sustainable to continue to do this until this hour. So more to come. But lastly, I just want to say to everyone, happy Thanksgiving. And it's an odd year, but hopefully everyone gets the chance to spend a little bit of time with family. So we'll see all of you on November 30th. And at this point, I will entertain a motion to adjourn.
So moved.
Second.
All right. Dave, no discussion allowed.
Thank you, everyone. Happy Thanksgiving.
Thank you.
Oh, good luck,
Vote,
McDonald's.
on adjourning.
Thank you.
Rob?
Rob Benson, yes.
Muriel?
Muriel Kramer, blessings for a safe Thanksgiving. Yes.
Jane Marin, yes.
Dave?
Hey, Paul, yes.
Mary?
Mary Larson Marlowe, yes.
Deb?
Deborah Feinberg, yes, and happy Thanksgiving to you all.
Sundar?
Sundar Sivaraman, yes.
Fran?
Randy Young, yes.
And Gary Trindle is a yes. Thank you all.
Good night.
Drop the mic. We're out.
Peace out.
Good job, Gary.
Nice